one main, but the main principles included in both are the same. So sometimes you see people talking about the EQ and the SQ separately too, although it is almost the same. Next slide please. Yes. We come to the highest level of intelligence that comes, the most higher domain is the spiritual intelligence, that is ultimately that affects all our actions. So this is the levels of intelligence. Next slide. And we come to another, that is about our ethical intelligence. What is ethical intelligence? In next slide. This is about the previous slide, the lotus. The spiritual intelligence can be considered as the walls of lotus. You have an inner circle followed by an outer circle, and that is coming out to the meaning of how you consider spiritual intelligence. Next slide. Ethical intelligence. Now this is what we are trying to inculcate. Ethical intelligence is the way you decide on how to handle in the right way your professional and your day-to-day activities. So this ethical intelligence as a quotient should be developed in us. Next slide please. And this, like all our intelligences, are given in unequal terms. To each and everyone we are given in unequal terms. So does that mean, next slide, does that mean can we cultivate our ethical intelligence? Is it only nature or is it nurture? So we know that anything, mostly everything can be nurtured, and practice makes perfect. You're aware of this too. So we see that how to inculcate values, how to inculcate and improve the ethical intelligence. That is what we are considering. So we have to understand that we have to take a moral reflection into ourselves, and moral reflection by scientifically has been put out by Babu and Pimple et al., and they have considered it as moral sensitivity, moral reasoning and judgment, moral motivation, and finally the moral character. These are the way we are considering. Very often when we give a case scenario to the students, they are not immediately able. They can find a medical problem, they can find a scientific problem, but they cannot note an ethical problem that is there, that is visible. We consider it like not seeing the wood from the trees, that kind of a matter. So this is why we have to understand about the various aspects of moral reflection. Next slide please. Yeah. So moral sensitivity is the first that has to be inculcated, that has to be seen in us. And for this, as we see, there are many teaching methodologies that you can use to inculcate moral sensitivity. This moral sensitivity that we have can be considered from various aspects, like giving case scenarios, having a role play, and our students will be able to identify the ethical issue in that problem. Sometimes in a case scenario, it's not just one problem, there will be many problems associated, and you have to identify, and we have to note this. Okay, only if you note it can you correct it. So that is why identifying. So this moral sensitivity is very important, and we have teaching methodologies for it. This is one way of producing it. Next slide please. Yes, we see now how to develop your moral reasoning. We have code of ethics, we have declarations, we have so many declaration of Helsinki, Universal Declaration of Bioethics and Human Rights. So all these aspects are present, and knowledge of this gives you an awareness of what I should do right. So inherently, most of the people are naturally ethical, but those who aren't, don't let it be said that they do not know the right thing. That is why when we are doing something like inculcating ethical intelligence, we are trying to find out from the students, we are giving them the awareness. So tomorrow no one can say that they were not aware of what was to be done. So bioethics education is not only intelligence is necessary for our daily living, but as a healthcare professional, as a doctor, as a medical person, we have to have this added into us. So that is why we have to have moral reasoning. So moral reasoning comes from the various aspects of lines that we find, and here also we have the various teaching methodology. So all of these four we see the teaching methodologies. Next slide please. Yeah. So we have, once we know what is right, many of us know what is right and what is wrong. But what do? The usual, nothing about it. So that is not, if you know this is right, you have to stand up for the right. Okay, you have to see. It may not be for another person, yeah, for myself, but you have to stand up when there is something wrong going on. So that is moral courage, and that comes only with your discernment and commitment that you have. So this is how these three aspects are highlighted in moral commitment. Next slide, please. So this is the main part. What I have told you is how to develop our moral reflection. This leads us to do what we need to do, and that is developing our value systems on the correct. Now, what should be that? If there is a person to be put on a ventilator and you have three people, who should be given? You have to have a correct guideline. You cannot keep changing it for different people. So this is what we have to understand. Second part is knowing this moral development, we become ethically intelligent. In fact, ethical intelligence, to cultivate it, there is a quote that has been said, ethical intelligence, inculcation of ethical intelligence is done, that is incomprehensible, things that are incomprehensible to indifferent people, by whom? By incompetent people. So, what we have to do to develop ethical intelligence in our students, we have to have competent faculty, persons, that's why we conduct courses and all, and we also give it to the students are no more indifferent. Okay, and that is how we are giving them an understanding of moral. So we see that values that we have are to be inculcated. This all comes from our basic ethical intelligence. And by the time we are 20, 18, 19, 20, we have already become grounded with one level of, you have a big level of understanding and belief which you vouch for and from which you will not turn. But we have to consider and change as per your learning that you get in your mental curriculum about ethics and bioethics. This helps to make you a better organizational behavioral process. You should be having a strong sense of moral sense, and that is called as probity, right and wrong of duty. That is necessity for our organizational behavior process. So that is the reason why we are continuing to have ethical intelligence should be inculcated, and we have to fertilize, you have to give them the correct fertilizers and the water and the sunshine. And that is what we are doing with programs such as this Ethos Now we have Dr. Shintoshi. He's one of the student icons, and he was the one who was there. Of course, we all were there, but as a student, he was there to conduct the first ethos. And from there, you see now down the line, 2017, right? So it has come down and it has become so necessary that we have ethos. All these goes into developing our ethical intelligence, right? Doesn't other than healthcare professionals need ethical intelligence? Don't others need ethical intelligence? Why only you and I and all healthcare professionals are being targeted for ethical intelligence as if we are bad people? Yes or no? Doesn't every human being have to have ethical intelligence? Yeah. But we are targeting the healthcare professional because our lack would cause reprehensible and inconceivable damages. Okay, the consequences are much more higher. So now we are targeting, later on we are targeting in schools, etc., for ethical intelligence and value inculcation. So I end this session. Uh, Thank you so much for having given me your listening, and I have to thank the organizers, especially Dr. Russell D'Souza and Dr. Geeta Lakshmi ma'am, all the chairman, president of this institution, and the wonderful team, Dr. Jel, Dr. Padma Shri, and all the students who are involved here and making such a wonderful progress in this wonderful conference, which is ethics for the students by the students. Thank you all.
Good morning, everyone. First, I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to have this session. Madam has begun this conference with a wonderful introduction. What are the different types of intelligence and how emotional intelligence is very important. And as medical professions, the ethics, whenever we face a case, we are not dealing only with the case, but the relatives around them and the friends. As a whole, we are dealing. That is why it's very important to follow ethics. And nowadays, so much of importance given to that. Madam has done it in a beautiful way with beautiful slides. Thank you. And now the floor is open for discussion. Just 5 minutes. Any questions from the audience?
Thank you, madam, for this wonderful session. It was nice to know. Okay, we talk about the regular intelligence, we talk about emotional intelligence, but then today I got to know about the spiritual intelligence and ethical intelligence as well. I think in keeping in line with the need for this, ethics as part of especially the healthcare professionals, life as such. The NMC has brought about this EdCom modules right from I think 2019, and it's been it's part of their curriculum. It's being implemented since then, and I think that will go a long way in getting people sensitized, the young health professionals sensitized to this concept of ethical practices. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your question. The session is open for any queries, any questions.
So anybody having any inputs on this, not just the questions, if you have anything to share with the audience, you are welcome.
Materialistic, there's a mad, the society is mad after materialistic pleasure. In this situation, introducing this ethical, talking about ethical issues, and it will serve the purpose. And let us lead it. We will bring about a change. Let this be a beginning to this our students. This is my comment.
Thank you so much, sir, for your talk. We are writing Dean Ma'am for the felicitation. It will take around 5 minutes, so we wait for Dean Ma'am. I welcome the Dean of ACs and CH, Dr. Pregnanti Dolia Ma'am. I request Ma'am to felicitate the guest speaker, Dr. Principality Ma'am. I request Ma'am to felicitate the chairpersons for the session, Dr. Mubintaj Ma'am, Professor and Head of Department of Psychiatry, Dr. Rema Chandrika Ma'am, Principal of SLMCH, as we wrap up today's keynote session, I would like to take a moment to reflect on the profound insights shared by Dr. Prince. Dr. Prince's presentation has not only illuminated a critical role of ethics in our professional lives, but also changed us to think deeply about our values and decisions. We are reminded that a well-tuned moral compass is essential for making decisions that are positively impact not just ourselves, but also our colleagues, patients, and broader community. I thank Ma'am for a wonderful session. I would also like to thank the chairpersons, Dr. Vipin Taj Ma'am and Dr. Hema Chandrika Ma'am for guiding us. Now we move on to the next section, large language models in medical education, understanding the impact and responsibilities by Dr. Ham Peter. I'd like to introduce Dr. Ham Peter. Dr. Peter is a distinguished professor of medical education and nephrology at Charité University, Berlin, one of Europe's leading medical schools. His extensive experience in medical education spans over two decades, during which he has made significant contributions as both a teacher and a curriculum developer. Since joining the AMSC Executive Committee in 2014, Dr. Peter has played a pivotal role in advancing medical education across Europe. He was elected as a treasurer of AMSC during the General Assembly in the same year, demonstrating his commitment to improving educational standards. In 2010, he took on the important role of director for the new modular curriculum of medicine, leading initiatives that have shaped the future of medical training. In December 2020, Dr. Peter was elected as the president of AMSC, further solidifying his leadership in the field of medical education. His work not only reflects his dedication to education reform, but also highlights its vision for integrating innovative approaches in medical training. His research interests spans precision burnout, ADHD, and autism in the elderly, PTSD in dementia, and in dementia care. Today, as Dr. Ham Peters delves into its intricacies of human hair height and ongoing debate on nature versus nurture, we are excited to gain insights from his vast experience and expertise. His perspective promises to challenge our understanding and inspire us to think critically about the implications of AI. I would like to welcome Dr. Ham Peters again to the session.
I don't get any feedback that somebody is hearing me. This is difficult for me right now because I'm sitting here in front of the computer. So if somebody says, you will, that's me. Yes, okay, I'll ask this feedback. Good morning, everybody. It's my great pleasure to join this very important conference. And ethics and ethos is at my heart. A very important part of my daily life as a physician. And I'm very happy to see my friends there, and I would like to thank the organizers, and especially Professor Mishra and Professor De Sosa for inviting me to this very important event. I would like to give you an overview on an area which just is evolving, and this is the use of large language models and what practical implications this may all have. And I am, how can I say, I'm unsure how this whole thing will develop. We are just in the beginning, and this revolution is just going on, and we actually don't know where we are in 6 months from now or in 12 months from now. And great. I would like to share my screen. So I have prepared a little presentation, which will go for about 20 minutes. So, okay, let's start. The topic I chose is ethics in the use of here. So, models in medical education. And the technical things, and it's about the practical insights, and I will share some case studies. And as I was introduced, President of the Association of Medical Schools in Europe, and I'm very pleased to see that you are so interested in this topic of ethics and ethos. And I can say from a European perspective, this is something where you are ahead of us. And that's a very interesting point. Okay, let's start with the agenda. This is what I will cover. First, I will start with an introduction to large language models, just in a brief overview. Then I will go to key technical issues, and this is about bias, privacy, accountability, and disinformation. Then I will move on to real-life cases and highlighting these challenges. And then we will talk about mitigating ethical risk, and then I will conclude. We are now all very much aware of large language models in medical application because they just came into our life and they have a big impact on what we do because they are so easy to use. They are provided and they work very well and we are just jumping with it. But when we talk about large language models, we currently mainly talk about large language models which are provided by very big companies. And how they do this, and what they do with this, it is still a little bit black box. And we are just going there to help out because what they do, I would like to simplify this, they are a better way of a Google search. The research in the past week is that you go and they will summarize something, which you all correct. But the thing is, you don't know what's behind that, what is programmed in these models, and what we actually don't know at the moment, which is these large language models provided by the companies. We don't know what they are doing with our data. And the other option, which is not well explored at the moment, but it's coming up, is the use of open source in-house large language models. In my view, they are a big part of the future, especially if you work in universities and you work with patients. These are models where you tell the large language model what you should do with the data and how you can provide data safety and all of these things. And this is just coming up and this is how we will work on this. There are the applications of these large language models range from assisting in development to provide personalized learning experience. This is where we are innovating. However, the integration of these tools raise significant ethical concerns that we must address. The key issues we have here, and today we will focus on four main issues. First is bias and discrimination. Large language models can incorporate existing biases in data. Then we will talk about data privacy, and here it's important to ensure the protection of sensitive information. And here are in healthcare, where we have a lot of sensitive information, and we are in education, where we have as well very many sensitive information about our students. Then we will move over to accountability, define the responsibility for AI-generated context, and then we will talk about misinformation and hallucination, the risk of incorrect and misleading outputs. The first larger issue is the bias and discrimination. Bias in large language model systems stems from the data they are trained on, and this may involve a number of biases. And of course, the data which are available at the moment, they are all very much Western information from Western countries, from Western digitalized data sets. And there is many obvious, but also some also non-obvious results of it. Therefore, whenever you ask these large language models, and you are not from these Western countries, or I'm a German, if I ask the question, then the results I get, they are often calculated from perspectives which are from other countries. And this is really a problem. And the tries to influence medical education by reinforcing incorrect or harmful stereotypes. And stereotypes is something which is something we need to use in medical education, because we have to train our students first on the prototypical presentation of patients and diseases. But if we really reinforce them, then it may be that just the stereotypes remain, and we all know that beyond the prototypical presentation of diseases and textbooks, the patient itself in reality is a very big range of presentations. To mitigate this, we use strategies like increasing data diversity and regularly auditing AI outputs for bias. The next major topic is data privacy. Protecting data privacy is critical, especially when large language models handle sensitive streams of patient information. And this is what we are currently manually just adding into these publicly available large language models. Ethical and legal frameworks do exist, but they must be in place to prevent data breaches and misuse. Technology solutions such as encryption and anonymization may help and serve as safeguard on this data. Next major theme is who is accountable? Who is accountable for these large language models and the AI-generated context? At the moment, we just don't know. We just say, we must just say that this came from ChatGPT, and that's it. But who's behind it? Defining who's responsible for the content generated is, on the other side, very challenging. In medical education, educators, developers, and institutions play roles in ensuring the ethical use of these tools. I hear something in the back. Is this somebody talking to me? Okay. And what we need is a clear accountability frameworks that are necessary to manage potential risks and liabilities. Misuse, misinformation, and hallucination are a very big topic when you use large language models. And these hallucinations, they are called hallucinations because the large language models, they just do predictions, and they do not really understand what the output is about. They just have content, and they produce new content, and they do it as good as they can, and this can be very risky. For example, if you look for, this is what I did, for certain publications on a certain topic, and then they produce as real. They produce, this has been said by who, and here is the reference, and here is the public link, and then you hold the link together. And this is not the fault of the large language model. This is just how they are programmed. And it's sometimes very difficult to understand whether this is a hallucination or this is real. Therefore, there's always a need to validate this. And when you dive deeper into this, large language models can produce outputs that are factually incorrect and misleading and all this hallucination. This poses significant risk in medical education where accuracy is paramount. And again, where accuracy is paramount on any single patient or any topic. We need to implement safeguards to prevent the spread of misinformation through these tools. And with these large language models we have, which we can access, there's always there's now a phenomenon that they were trained on data many years before, that's okay, but now they are more and more trained on information which is also on the internet, and here delusions of data sets of contents by misinformation can easily happen just by the calculation of this large language. Now I would like to go into some case studies And I'm going to start with bias. Let's examine a political scenario where LLM uses their education exhibits bias in diagnosing sensitive issues. And again, in education, we like to work especially in undergraduate with prototype presentations. And the ethical concerns here include reinforcement of harmful stereotypes, and that these really have effects on the students' learning. We need to discuss this issue, we identify and address these cases. And we have no really frameworks in place to do this. Next, case study is about data privacy and data privacy breach. In this case, data privacy breach occurred with an AI tool used in education. The breach exposed sensitive students' patient information, leading to significant ethical and legal concerns. And with this, I would especially refer at the moment, we don't know what happens with the data. We get into these large language models which are publicly available. It might be, this is a dystopic scenario, that this machine also learns who, for example, how Peters is, and at a certain point it summarizes all my entries and put it into that, and connecting this with me, and having equal data set of who I am, and what I asked it, and what problems I have, or what I was looking for. And we have to explore the impact of the breach and the lessons learned to prevent future incidents. Next thing is accountability. And here the scenario involves, for example, misdiagnosis by an AI-powered educational tool. And then the question is, who's accountable? Is this just the system itself, or is these educators, the developers, or the institutions? And for example, if you are an educator, how do you know in advance what these large language models will predict? And again, here for me, it is very important to look at in-house open source own large language models. I will come back to this later. And here we have to discuss the resolutions and the implications for future values in education. Then we have this big field of misinformation, and this spreads by large language models. Here we have a scenario where an LLM generated educational material included incorrect information due to hallucination, and the consequences on this were significant because it was not recognized that this was incorrect, and this affected student learning. And here we have to analyze the ethical implications of the strategies implemented to prevent recurrence. Now, about mitigation strategies. What can we do about bias and discrimination? To address this, it is essential to increase the diversity of training, which is a very big challenge. Because, first of all, the data must be available in a format which is digital. And this is, for many countries, many areas of the world, a big challenge. The next step is then, if it's digital, how to get this information into the large language models and then to train this. But we have to enhance the diversity of the trained data. Then we have to conduct regular audits to detect and correct biases. And this can be a big amount of work to validate or to identify the errors. And at the moment, often it is the case when the large language model produces wrong data, it's often the source. It's not the calculation itself, it's the source which the large language model is trained. And of course, we have to educate and sensitize our users on recognizing and addressing AI limitations in medical education. Now, what can we do to mitigate data privacy problems? Here, we need robust security protocols that must be in place, including encryption and anonymization, which is a challenge in itself, because just the IP address, you use when you go on the internet, is an easy thing to connect everything to this. Therefore, this is challenging. The user should be educated about the risk and the importance of protecting sensitive data. And we need a clear consensus process that should be established to ensure the ethical data use. Then we have communication strategies for accountability. We need clear lines of responsibility that need to be established for AI-generated content, which is also a challenge in itself. We need legal and ethical guidance that should define who is accountable for any errors or misuse of AI tools. Also a big challenge. And we need transparency in the AI operations. What is in these machines? And this is critical to maintain trust and accountability. At the moment, for the large language models we are using, we are all thinking that it will be good. It will be good what these machines do, or people behind these machines, but it may be really misused. And last part, mitigation strategies for preventing misinformation. We need AI models that should be developed with strong safeguards, and they are regularly updated. The importance to educate users is about the potential risk and encourage them to verify information generated by AI tools. And continuous monitoring of these inputs is necessary to identify and correct misinformation. And we all know how difficult this is if you just look at social media, what information is right or wrong, and how we can use these social media to place incorrect information. And if it's repeated many times, then the people just think it's true. A big ethical challenge. Now, what we need is ethical frameworks for end use, and here the existing ethical frameworks we have, they can provide a foundation for the responsible use of large language models in education. It is not the case that we are starting from nowhere, from scratch. We have ethical frameworks, but we have to apply them. And they must be adopted to address the unique challenges posed by large language models. And for this, it's also necessary to have regular reviews and updates that are needed to keep these frameworks relevant and effective. Beyond frameworks, we have to engage our stakeholders. That's us. That's our community. We have to involve educators, students, and patients, and this includes that they are all involved in the decision-making processes. Of course, if you think about these large language models which are publicly available from companies, this also refers more to the in-house open source large language models where you can put this into action. And we need a collaborative development and inclusive decision-making process to help that the AI tools meet the needs of all users. What are the key takeaways for today? We are just entering a new era. We are entering a revolution, and we have to address new challenges. This is not the first time in history we have this. This has always been the case. Innovations are disruptive and are changing the way we look at ourselves. at the end, it's about us, humans, and ethics, and we have to address the ethical challenges in large language models for their successful integration into medical education. Case studies then demonstrate the importance of being proactive in managing these challenges, and we need continuous monitoring, education, and stakeholder engagement to have a good ethical use of these AI models. Conclusions, last part. When we look at large language models, it is, at the end, as it always is in medicine, ethics should be the foundation, and it should be also the foundation for the AI use in medical education. We need an ongoing dialogue and cooperation among all stakeholders that harness the benefits and the LLM responsibility. As we move forward, it's crucial to keep these ethical considerations at the forefront of AI development and implementation. And I would like to say thank you very much for your attention, and I welcome any questions or discussions on this important topic.
Good day, how? This is. I just thought I should say hello, thank you for your talk today on large language models. For example, for the current thinking of what we're all dealing with. So I want to say hello and thank you for your talk. And a few days ago, I was saying hello to you in Switzerland, and today I'm telling you hello from my India. So that's important. Okay, thank you. And we'll ask the others. Is there any other questions you have for Professor Harm Peters in Berlin? Anyone? A very interesting and important topic that we're all, I think tomorrow I'll be talking on something on basic issues around artificial intelligence, and this is very much in that. No? Yeah. How we have Dr. Shiv Joshi, one of he's the WHO consultant for in New Delhi. He's got a question for you.
Wonderful.
Hello, Dr. Peters. So I've been listening to your session with a great interest because it talks about NLM, and I wanted to specifically talk about. You mentioned in your presentation about the historical biases that might, creep into the large language models. So when we talk about using this LLM tools, large language models as the AI assisted, for maybe education or in the field of academic writing, what are the concerns or what would be that ethical jurisprudence that we need to set before taking what is given as an output through this language learning models and before taking that on our papers, on our white papers to support our decisions in day-to-day life?
Yeah. I cannot really solve the problem completely because our whole world, that's the way we look at our world, is highly biased. And of course, it's highly biased from a Western perspective. Of course, I'm part of this Western perspective, but now in Germany, the perspective is rather more about the United States, North America, and Great Britain, where the view on our world is programmed. This is just one example. The other example we have, our world is often looked through the lens of male people, not female people. That's also this. And we must be aware of that. The risk with large language models is that they just pick on these existing biases and that they will reinforce them immediately. One way out is likely learning to prompt the way you talk with these large language models, because these large language models, they work on what is the next more likely data word to come. And if you, for example, just from my perspective, I could start my prompting with, I am a physician in the from this perspective, what could you give, what information could you give me on the whatever you want to do? And if you are, for example, in India, in New Delhi, you would say, I'm the physician in New Delhi, and I have this problem where I would like to understand this better. It can be about medical education and it can be about diseases, and therefore you are directing the large language models to data sets which are hopefully there, which are more relevant to your context. But we have to explore this. We are at the beginning, and right now we are just have this big, green large language models can do anything. We have to validate. We have to validate all the things, and now I'm coming to medical medicine. With every new innovation we have to provide the evidence, and I'm talking here about evidence-based medicine, that this what we get is valid, that this is helpful, and this is improving practice. And at the moment, we don't have not much really studies, trials where this is explored. I'm very convinced that there will be a benefit, but we have to be very clear what the benefits are and what any benefits of innovation. There are side effects, and these have to be explored in studies, and then published and then discussed. Thank you.
You did bring up a very important aspect on the disinformation, which you call hallucinations, and I don't know, possibly delusions too. How is in the large language model, these are possible to occur, right? Is that when you talk of, I'm a psychiatrist, and so when I hear about the language model and the possibility of this information on, is that correct? Is that what hallucinations and that you refer to as one of your challenges, or one of the challenges that we have to deal with?
These hallucinations are partly embedded in large language models because they always try to make a prediction. They have a very big difficult to say, I don't know. And because they're just calculating. And one hallucination is referred to if you're looking for a certain literature. They provide you with a very nice summary of the publication, including the internet link where you can see the publication, and it looks real. And then you go into the link, there is no publication. Then you look for the authors, they are not existing. And this is fascinating, but please be aware, we have always to compare to humans. And of course, when humans have memories which are not correct, you would not call this hallucinations. But if you look back at your own experience, there are certain memories you have from a certain meeting or something, and others have just a very different memory of this. Therefore, humans have this misinformation in their heads always, and the amount of misinformation I think humans will have about what he's memorizing is slightly less, likely more than LLMs will have. LLMs will never be perfect. That's the thing. But they are more, they are likely better than humans in memorizing people things together. The microphone was, they turned you off.
Thank you for that. You were talking about the human memory. That we have what's called the false memory syndrome, isn't it? So, in some ways, this is sort of equating to that aspect, but of course, from what you're saying, this predictability, the use of data that you can't say no, but you predict, and so there is possibly disinformation, and so we have to be able to anticipate that. So be aware of that. Is that what you're saying? Yes. Very good. Okay. Thank you very much for that, Tom. And thank you for your valuable time here. So let's all, on behalf of Dr. Nita Lakshmi, the Vice Chancellor, and indeed the management, and Ethos, our student, this is, as I said, the sixth Ethos, which is a student research conference that takes place every year or year and a half. And on behalf of all our Ethos management, I want to thank you for your valuable time and for your outstanding contribution to this program with your lecture. Thank you once again, and all the very best to you, and have a wonderful day in Berlin. Bye-bye.
Thank you as well, and have a wonderful conference. Yeah. Thank you for inviting me. It was a pleasure to see this, and Russell, it's always nice to be in contact with you. Thank you for bringing all the people from different places of the world together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for a valuable session and invaluable time. It was very informative and eye-opening. Thank you, dignitaries, for your active participation and discussion. Thank you so much, sir, for a valuable time. Thank you.
ஃபோட்டோகிராஃபருக்கா அந்த சீட்ஸ் எல்லாம் ஃபோட்டோகிராஃபருக்கா நம்ம வருவாங்க பேக் வச்சு சரி Aditya, Aditya, Aditya. Ini ni rumah ni macam. Ini rumah empty ada. Ini ni macam. Pasal ni macam. Right, right, right.
The dignitaries are on their way. We request the delegates to stand and welcome. Principles of practice of medicine demands we must always be scientific in our approach. Yes, agreed. But we shall never sacrifice patient welfare for the sake of science. Knowing the difference between what you have a right to do and what is right to do is imperative. A pleasant morning to one and all gathered here for the inaugural ceremony of the International Bioethics Conference, Ethos 6.0.
Every moment marks a new beginning, and every beginning deserves a little grandeur. Let's mark the inauguration of the event with the Tamil Thai வாழ்த்து. We request all the dignitaries and delegates to kindly rise.
Thank you all. Please take your seats. While bioethics is the study of ethical, social, and legal issues that arise in medicine and research at its core, it assists to achieve sustainable development goals. Ethos 6.0 is an international conference with the goal of bringing the experts of interdisciplinary field of medical ethics and encompassing its broad range of domains. This is the sixth edition of the conference and the second time it's happening in India in our esteemed institution under the Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute. The theme of this year's conference is Whispers of AI, Ethical Echoes in Healing and Learning, an overall experience of 3 days. The event was flagged off yesterday with scientific workshops and expect the next 2 days to be filled with knowledge and learning.
We as people steeped in culture trust that light will always lead us. Lighting the Kottavaraka is the utmost traditional way to mark the beginning of the event. I request all the dignitaries and the dais to join in for the lighting of the Kottavaraka. Thank you, dignitaries. Moving on with the event. I request Dr. Jeff Dr. the organizing secretary of the conference, to welcome our dignitaries and address the gathering.
Vanakkam, Vandanam, Namaskar, and good morning to one and all here. We have gathered here today to witness the 6th edition of Ethos Conference, an international conference with the aim of spreading the importance and values of bioethics in the healthcare industry where it is much needed. The last 5 editions were absolutely a success, and as the organizing secretary, I am excited to present to you the 6th edition being hosted by Dr. MGR Education and Research Institute, DMTB University, at ACS Medical College and Hospital, Chennai, and for the second time in the South India. Welcome all the guests, the respected IAS officer, the respected our Chancellor, and all the dignitaries on the rise and off the rise. Hope you all enjoy this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeff. The quality of strength lined with tenderness. The quality of strength lined with tenderness is an unbeatable combination. A distinguished academic and administrative leader, expertise, and the chair of faculty development program in UNESCO Indian Chapter. We would like to call upon our respected Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Professor Dr. S. Geeta Lakshmi Ma'am, to introduction to Ethos and deliver the inaugural address.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone and the delegates of Ethos 6 International Conference on Bioethics UNESCO, conducted by the students of ACS Medical College and coming under the Dr. India Education Research Institute. Respected Honorable Chancellor, Dr. A.C. Shanmugam, respected President, Mr. Engineer A.C. Saran Kumar, respected Secretary, Mr. Ravi Kumar, and my dearly to tell Dr. J. Radhakrishnan Sir, IAS Officer, Secretary of Cooperation, Food and Consumer Protection. Of course, I had a long stint with him. 8 years I've been working along with him and I learned a lot from him. Professor Dr. Russell Franco D'Souza, Director, Department of Education, UNESCO Chair of Bioethics from Australia. Really thank you, Dr. Russell D'Souza, for starting this. We meet our students. And of course, Dr. Sharad Agarwal, President of IMA, National IMA, Pro Vice Chancellor of KM University. Dr. Abhijit Seth, President, National Board of Examination, and my dear friend, Dr. Mohammed, Vice Chancellor of Kerala Health Science University. Thank you. Welcome to the 3-day International Conference on Bioethics Medicine, Research Ethos 6, which is an international where partaking of national and international speakers from Germany, from Canada, from South America, Brazil, Mexico, and also from Europe, Portugal. Thanks for Russell D'Souza for making this happen, and of course our learned speakers from national and workshop which is being conducted here. As you know, Ethos 6 was started in 2017 in Gandhigram, the Gandhi Medical College, Wardha, and now it is the 6th Ethos which is conducted by the students for bioethics, establishing ethical meaning, good values in practice of healthcare. AI has transformed medical diagnostics and educational methodologies from personalized treatment plans to adaptive learning platforms. However, as we embrace the innovations, we must address the ethical challenges that which will question us of the patient's privacy, bias, and the balance between machine efficiency and the human compassion. In healthcare, we need to reconsider informed consent, data security in the context of AI role in patient care. We must also confront biases in the AI algorithms that could perpetuate health disparities. Similarly, in research, we should have to establish the AI their boundaries so that ensuring fairness and transparency. Today, we gather to celebrate this with our remarkable achievement and unwavering dedication of our Dr. A.C. Shanmugam, our Chancellor, who has been a full support for this Ethos 6. Thank you very much, sir. A true luminary in the field of education and healthcare who always encourages ethical practice of medicine. It is with immense pride that I share his exceptional journey and the honors he has rightfully earned through this hard work and resilience. Recently, Dr. A.C. Shanmugam was conferred with honorary fellowship by the International Medical Science Academy during a special convocation at the Gulf Medical University campus. Of its kind to recognize his outstanding contribution to the medical profession as an educationist and a philanthropist. Moreover, Dr. A.C. Shanmugam received an honorary fellowship FRCPS from Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons of Glasgow, UK. This prestigious distinction is reserved for only distinguished medical professionals and scientists. Remarkably, he is the second Indian following the 9th October 2018. His commitment to the excellence is evident from every facet of his work. In November 2018, Dr. A.C. Shanmugam was celebrated with the Excellence Award at the House of Commons in London, recognizing his hard work, dedication, and lifetime achievement. In February 2023, Dr. A.C. Shanmugam had the honor of visiting Russia's first State Medical University as a guest of honor for the 88th annual day celebration. During his visit, he not only addressed the assembly but also opened the memorial on the 80th Liberation Day of Kursk from Nazi occupation. He was awarded the highest fellowship, the Kursk State Medical University, and signed a memorandum of understanding for research and exchange program in fostering international collaboration. As a philanthropist, our Honorable Chancellor contribution are equally inspiring. In his native RME, he has established an orphanage that provides free education to 100 orphan children, supporting them from primary school to postgraduate studies and employment, and also a marriage mandapam. Additionally, he founded a free old age home for accommodating 100 elderly people and also built a Venkateshwara temple at RME. Now, because of his virtuous deeds, he always says that we have the bank of virtuous deeds has to be done. So I always say that he says that you have to collect virtuous deeds in the bank, and always his virtuous deeds has brought him to this part of his life where he provides everything for others. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to conduct this program.
Thank you, ma'am. Excellence is the greatest result of always striving to do the better. Our esteemed dignitaries present here on the dais today are proof to excellence in their respective crafts. We would like to honor them with felicitation as a token of gratitude. We would now like to call upon our Honorable President, the Engineer ACS Arun Kumar Sir, to honor our Chief Guest for the day, Dr. J. Radhakrishnan Sir, Additional Chief Secretary and Principal Secretary, Corporation, Food and Consumer Protection Department, Government of Tamil Nadu.
Your mobile.
Thank you, sir. Next, we would like to request our Honorable President, sir, to felicitate Dr. Russell D. Franco de Souza, Director, Department of Education, UNESCO Chair in Bioethics, and Head of Asia Pacific, UNESCO Chair in Bioethics. Thank you, sir. Next, we would like to call upon our Honorable Secretary, Thiru A. Ravikumar Sir, to felicitate our next guest of honor, Dr. Sharat Kumar Agarwal Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, KM University, immediate past and National President, Indian Medical Association Headquarters. Next, we would like to felicitate Professor Dr. Mohanlal Kanumal Sir, Vice Chancellor, Kerala University. We request our respected Secretary Sir to do the honors. Thank you, sir. We would like to call upon Professor Pratnavi Dolia ma'am, our Dean, to felicitate Professor Dr. Jayanal Sir, General Secretary, Commonwealth Medical Association, UK. Thank you, ma'am. Next, we would like to call upon Professor Dr. Balasubramanian Sir, Dean.
Participants
attainable, but if we chase perfection, we catch excellence. We request our Vice Chancellor, ma'am, to honor Dr. Abhijit sir. Dr. Abhijit sir is the President, National Board of Examination in Medical Sciences. Thank you, dignitaries, for the felicitation. We now call upon our Chancellor Sir, a true embodiment of dignity with humility, to welcome the gathering and deliver the keynote address.
Good morning, Ananda. Our Lord President of our university, Engineer Arun Kumar, our Lord Secretary Ravi Kumar, respected Chief Guest Dr. J. Radhakrishnan IAS, Additional Chief Secretary and Principal Secretary, Government of Tamil Nadu. Radhakrishnan is a multi-faced administrator who can fit in all sectors of the society and served in almost all the government departments for his better performance, more particularly known for his unmatched relief work in Nagapattinam and Tanjavur district during 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake and tsunami. And moreover, his excellent contribution during 2020 Corona pandemic, which gained him a worldwide appreciation, his efficiency in handling the situation and this disaster recovery. And relief measures gained considerable appreciation. I am proud to mention here that Dr. Radhakrishnan has gained international media attention during the aftermath of the 2004 tsunami, which was lauded by the former American President, Mr. Bill Clinton. Following Mr. Clinton appreciation and the invitation, Dr. Radhakrishnan was invited by United States America Department of Education for a lecture on tsunami-related issues in Washington DC, San Francisco, and Hawaii. I am honored and happy to invite Dr. Radhakrishnan to be the chief guest for the International Medical Conference at Ethos 6 Respected guest of honor, Professor Dr. Rasis Franco Sosa, UNESCO Chair in Bioethics, Australia. I am to say here that his Department of Education aims to ensure the global spreads of bioethics education. It is worthwhile to mention here that this department is overseeing and assist bioethics units design, plan and implement the UNESCO's core curriculum in bioethics that will enable healthcare practitioners and students to advance their capacity for decision making on ethical issues and human rights, consideration of medicine, healthcare and life science. I am happy to invite you, sir, Professor Dr. Mohan Punnamal, Vice Chancellor, University of Kerala. Dr. Mohan Punnamal is currently leading the Kerala State Model Center and International Chair in Bioethics and World Medical Association Cooperative Center, and he was formerly UNESCO Chair in Bioethics, IFA. Dr. Mohan is one who brought a total transformation in medical and healthcare education in the state of Kerala. His dynamic leadership, hard work, dedicated and sincerity made him as one of the strong pillars in Kerala's medical and healthcare sector, who is lovable by everybody in the field of medical education. I am happy and much obliged to invite him for this conference. Respected guest of honor, Dr. Sharad Kumar Agarwal, Pro Vice Chancellor of KM University, Uttar Pradesh, Mathura. He is a very reputed and accomplished urologist in the country, and I am happy to invite him as the guest of honor for this international conference. Dr. Abhijit Shah, FRCS, President of National Board of Examination in Medical Sciences. He essentially worked as an academician at various medical colleges in Ahmedabad. I am happy to invite him for this conference. Professor Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra, Pro Chancellor, Datta Megi Institute of Medical Sciences, Maharashtra. He is currently the Secretary General, International Council of Global Network for Medical Health Professions and Bioethics Education. He is also the President of Association of Medical Educators of India. He has been conferred with the prestigious Dr. P.C. Rai Award, National Award. I am happy to invite him to this conference. Professor Dr. J. Ajay Lal, Commonwealth Medical Association UK, Professor of Surgery, and he was National President, Indian Medical Association. He was also National Head for IMEA, UNESCO, Bioethics at Alpha. I am glad to invite him for this conference. Our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Nita Lakshmi, Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ravichandran, Registrar Palnivelu, Special Officer Dhanavelu, IAS, Medical Advisor, Dr. Jayachandran Farmer DNE, Dean Dr. Pravina Dolia, Dean Dr. Balasubramaniam, Medical Superintendent, Srinivas Raj, our Deans, Directors, Principals, Executives, Heads of Departments, and faculty members. I have great pleasure in extending warm welcome and greeting to you all for attending these international conferences at our institution. At the outset, I would like to say a few words about our esteemed and reputed university. I am proud to mention here that our university has been declared as a graded academic status by the UGC Government of India, and it was declared in the House of Parliament of India. Our university, Dr. NGR Educational and Research Institute University, is one of the top ranked universities in India and accredited with the A+ grade by the National Assessment and Accreditation Council, NAC, UGC and Government of India. I am proud to mention here that many of our universities departments have been accredited by National Board of Accreditation, NBA. I am glad to mention here that some of our university departments, including biotechnology, computer science, and engineering department, were internationally accredited by the world famous accreditation board of United States of America. Ours is the only university in India who had participated in National Defence Expo consecutively for 3 years, conducted by Ministry of Defence, Government of India. In our university, satellite and space center is functioning, and also in association with ISRO. I have set up ground station, and we shall also shortly be launching our satellite that will enable the farmers, fishermen in planning their fields of activities based on the reports generated through the satellite studios. Ours is the first university in India which has obtained the QMS accreditation 2018 TUV Germany. Our management is running various higher education institutions in the southern state of India, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Karnataka, with world-class facilities and treatment. Under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, headed by Sri JP Nadda ji, our nation is marching. The theme of the Ethos 6.0, namely Whispers of AI Ethics, Echoes in Healing and Learning, is more relevant for the present days to explore the ethical implications of artificial intelligence in medical education and healthcare. The Ethos 6.0 conference offers an international platform for fruitful scientific discourse on topics in the fields of bioethics, medical ethics, and health law with the recent advances in artificial intelligence. I hope that this conference will be very much useful and an eye-opener for new generation as the artificial intelligence will rule the world in future. I am confident that the international and national speakers, eminent personalities, and distinguished participants, by their active participation in the various sessions of this conference, will ensure great success. Once again, I express my sincere greetings and best wishes to one and all, and organizing the team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words of wisdom. A souvenir is a memory. A souvenir is a token to all the esteemed delegates for their contributions for the success for this event. We would like to call upon all the dignitaries on the dais for the much awaited souvenir release of Ethos 6.0. Thank you to all the dignitaries. The next person we would like to call upon needs no introduction. And my administrator, a headstrong leader and an inspiration to aspiring doctors, a great contributor to the Tamil Nadu Health and Family Welfare Department. Sir achieved major milestones in areas of maternal mortality and organ donation during his tenure. Sir served as the Secretary, Special Programs and Initiatives, and later became the Principal Secretary, the Government Health and Family Welfare Department of Tamil Nadu. During his tenure as Health Secretary, served impeccable service to people during the pandemic, from curbing the spread to the evaluation of medicines for the rarest of complications. Sir has been an earnest inspiration for many. Sir is currently the Additional Chief Secretary and Principal Secretary in the Department of Food and Consumer Department of Tamil Nadu. It's my honor to call upon Dr. Radhakrishnan IAS sir to address the gathering.
Very good morning to everybody. The second actually, madam, is going on and on. Actually, we are a simple officer. Because of encouragement of all of you, respected chairman, and all, we are all working as a team. With this few words, I would like to formally start the thing. Most respected Dr. A.C. Shanmugam sir, we really admire. தமிழ்நாட்டில் மட்டும் இல்லாமல் பல மாநிலங்களில் இந்த மாதிரி மருத்துவக் கல்லூரிகள், மெடிக்கல் காலேஜஸ். I know as a health secretary, I also have to challenge, not a privilege, challenge of running medical colleges. I think so many senior doctors are there. It's not easy to run a medical college. So அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு கல்லூரியை இவ்வளோ சிறப்பாக பல கல்லூரிகள் has been, many colleges has been running. It's a great privilege that he is actually there for the keynote address and he has comprehensively covered everything. And the others present, of course, Dr. Lakshmi Madam and all others, President Arun Kumar, Ravi Kumar, and most importantly, my fellow colleagues who are my fellow senior people who are here, Dr. Russell Franco D'Souza, who are all the Dr. Sharat Agarwal, who has come on the way. Plus, of course, we have, so many seniors here. Most respected, my senior Dr. Dharvel sir, Dr. Abhijit sir, Vasan, and Dr. Jailal, and all, if I go on and on, vice chancellor from our Kerala University, on and on stage, நிறைய பேர் இருக்காங்க. அதுக்கு முன்னாடியும் most of my colleagues, I think I should compliment the college that really, as doctors and as you age, you get so much of knowledge. I somehow used to feel that, பல நாடுகளில் 70 years அப்படின்னா இருக்கும்பொழுது இங்கே வந்து that privilege of, allowing that NMC allows you to utilize that talent, such wonderful distilled information. Many doctors are in front of me from the government. So I compliment everybody, most importantly young students, researchers, and those who are studying medicine and the faculty who are here. Nothing gives me more privilege than having an international conference, that too by my former vice chancellor who distinguished herself in trying to bring. Over vice chancellor brings something innovative, but my memory from Dr. Gita Lakshmi madam from the beginning is Stanley Dina or with her colleagues, so many colleagues were there. When she was vice chancellor of Chennai, our own state university, lot of interactive agreements with international universities were there. Why I am telling this kind of ethos 6.0 and all are relevant is, health is something which is always at a crossroad. It is not something where we can say that we have achieved everything. Because whenever a lot of people ask, how do you keep motivating yourself? Now when I was in health for 8.5 years, it's not an easy job. So health, just like MBBS, if I had joined, I would have probably been a DM student by the time I left my career. 2012, I joined 2022. And I was actually like a permanent intern. But biggest motivation I used to get by being with the patient. Area Cancer Institute, even the fourth stage cancer patient believe in you. Doctors are believe in you. They think they are the gods. They want to live. They are thinking you will give a solution. And the money in the health sector, they are continuously challenged. One side they are challenged with maternal childbirth. Two ways, maternal and childbirth. More diseases. Diseases are two ways. One side communicable diseases, another side non-communicable diseases. And rare diseases, for which the medicine cost is so huge, they are so rare that you don't have easy available medicines. Both sides have vaccine preventable diseases and those who do not have vaccine. The plethora of challenges are there. Health system are not uniform. India situation. Madras is as, Chennai is as good or perhaps better than many of the international facilities we have. But can we say the same about state variation, district variation? Within district variations are many. So, so what does this particular context hold importance for us? Please, we don't have to look back beyond COVID-19. We have been continuously challenged by diseases. Among the things, many people confuse that deaths due to COVID is 38,086 is Tamil Nadu's completed. One of the best job, almost 38 lakh patients in the rate was 1.16 and all. But non-communicable diseases, the deaths are higher than all cases deaths put together. We need research. And that when we need research, we need that the research has to be ethical. Treatment has to be ethical. So you have an ethical committee within your system, but you also need to challenge yourself. I have Dr. Basant, whose father again was the first director in veterinary science. Now I am basically a postgraduate in veterinary science. In fact, I am myself doing a doctorate with the University of Georgia on One Health challenges, which is mixing up both human. Now transboundary diseases are becoming a challenge. Within 36 hours, an emerging pathogen can come to this side of the world and go to that side of the world. That alone is not important. But if you look at MERS and SARS and higher mortality, but it didn't become a pandemic. But some other diseases become a pandemic. Again, virus, rabies, it kills people. It is a fruit bachelor, it is surviving. What is it that makes it survive in certain things? Certain things are not causing disease in vector, but they are causing disease with us. That needs research. And the காலத்துல எப்படி ராஸ் வந்து கண்டுபிடிச்சாலும் லீஷ்மனியா கண்டுபிடிச்சாலும் we need people to do research. For people to do research, for people to do treatment, you need ethical committee clearance and you need ethical annual examination. That again is and there is so many wonderful speakers are there, so many topics I was going through. Each topic is a lesson in itself. எங்களோட சேலஞ்ச் பாருங்க. I always talk about the practical. ஜெயலால் சார் இங்க இருக்காரு. எல்லாரும் நாங்க இங்க இருக்கோம். All of them in speech, each one is a luminary, starting from China. When we started with COVID, no medicine. அப்போ திடீர்னு ஹைட்ரோக்சி அதை குளோரோக்வின் கொடுக்கலாம்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, ஐசிக்கு கொடுக்கலாம், இன்னொரு பக்கம் ஐஆர்மேட் கொடுக்கலாம்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, இன்னொரு பக்கம் விட்டாமின் கொடுக்கலாம்னு சொல்றாங்க, டாசிலிசிமான் சொல்லலாம், அப்புறம் ரெமடெசிவிர் வந்தது. Where do we stop? Should we go for evidence based or should we go for trial? திருவள்ளூர்ல strictly remember ஒரு டிஎன்எஸ் டாக்டர்னா ஐஆர்மேட் வச்சே வண்டி ஓடினாங்க. Death இல்ல. Who does documents it? But India, the biggest peculiar thing is sometimes I'm a veterinarian but not a medical doctor. ஆனா bureaucrats give a clinical protocol. அது காமெடியா இருக்கும். ஆனா அந்த நேரத்தில் that was required. We didn't give clinical protocol ourselves. Medical experts arrive, but should be limited. இதெல்லாம் தான் உங்க ethical conferenceல look at the 360 degree think பண்ணுங்க. மெபெண்டசோல்னு ஒரு மருந்து இருக்குங்க. அந்த காலத்துல நாங்க இது ஆன்டி அர்மெட்டிக்கா சாப்பிட்டுருக்கோம். Today they are using it for cancer treatment. They are using it for cancer treatment. So by repurposing of drug, should we not do research on that? Already approved, safe drug, something else. Amantadine, if I remember correctly, it was being used for Parkinsonism. So many fields are there. Alzheimer's and our Parkinsonism, where there is a difficulty to do a postmortem of the brain on such patients. அந்த மாதிரி டைம்ல how do you identify these challenges? இதுக்கு தான் vibrant ethical commitment. Finally, ethics is not just on research, ethics is on treatment. அந்த ட்ரீட்மெண்ட்ல ஒரே இப்ப ஏன் நம்ம வந்து நோ கண்ட்ரி சேஃப்னு சொல்றோம்னா ஏதாவது ஒரு கண்ட்ரியை நெக்லெக்ட் பண்ணும். ஆப்பிரிக்கன் கண்ட்ரிஸ் இப்ப நீங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா இஸ்ரேல் போர் நடந்திருக்கு, அங்க போலியோ இருக்குன்னு சொல்றாங்க. அதை நெக்லெக்ட் பண்ணா என்னைக்கு அந்த போலியோ திருப்பி பாதிக்கப்படாத ஊர்களுக்கு வரும். How can we guarantee? Pakistan and Afghanistan continuously things are there. Recently I heard the news that one of the northeastern states they have one isolated case. Wherever we have overcome, we have a risk internationally. Modern money global travel is going on. So these are the emerging challenges for youngsters. For you, globe is a stage. For the same Nunkirimi, virus, bacteria, fungi, world is a stage. Modern money, it is not quarantined in one place. See, if you look at Ebola, which was earlier being limited to Africa, it has come. Mpox is coming. Passion forest disease was in Kerala. Now, occasionally it will come. Nipah virus, you have seen positive cases. These are the challenges on which you are working, and it is not necessarily that why communicable disease attract you. Non-communicable disease, you can do remarkable research. So, ethical conference has covered a number of wonderful topics, apart from what is ethics. So, on the treatment angle also, we shouldn't be slave of. My appeal to all of you is senior doctors imbibe பண்ணுங்க. அவங்க வந்து they did not have the advantage of latest equipments, but they had the advantage of physical examination, correlating thing, differential diagnosis. அவங்க கிட்ட இருந்து கற்றுண்டு because you all can transform. Just like we reduce the mortality, we should eliminate wherever possible. Final thought I will leave it rest with you is lot of people are in IMA also, lot of people are this side also. Always health, we are trying to demand driven. It should be demand driven. We are now saying ida panna. We are going to everybody and requesting them. We have to convert people by talking through popular articles your concerns, so that people themselves take advantage of whether it is health and wellness center or a PSC or such excellent tertiary care hospitals. They come late. And the awareness this particular Ethos 6 has got 3 full days of excellent thing. Youngsters, please understand each of these lectures is valuable. Somebody is having the distilled information who is sharing with you. My experience of challenges in governance. 8.5 years I was in health. We should work as a team. Health everybody from the multi-purpose health worker to the specialist. all of us cannot say, including administrators, especially administrators, should not think that we are the heroes. Heroes are the faceless nurses, faceless doctors who actually do day-to-day work. For them I give a salute and I thank you for this opportunity again and wish everyone a very happy day and wish particularly more and more people who invest in the health system like Manipuri sir. Thank you.
Thank you for inspiring words of wisdom, sir. The next person addressing us today is the Chair and Head of the Department of Education and the International Chair in Bioethics, a recognized authority in psychological and intellectual-based medicine solutions. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Russell Franco de Souza, sir, to address the gathering.
The Honorable Chairman of this university, the Honorable Vice Chancellor President, who I've met many times, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Gita Lakshmi, our Pro Chancellor, who I've met also on many occasions, and all the dignitaries on the dais, and many of the dignitaries down off the dais, and ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning or good afternoon to all of you. I'm Russell D'Souza from Melbourne, but I actually was born and brought up in Queen in Madras. I left when it was called Madras. And before I start, having heard Honorable Chief guest, Dr. Radhakrishnan, who again I had the opportunity to meet and present the curriculum many years ago when he was the health secretary and Dr. Gita Lakshmi was the vice chancellor. I think this moment, the reminiscence, my father was the first dean of Madras Veterinary College. He's the first director of veterinary education and research. President of medical education to me last year after they accredited the National Medical Commission, which had been accredited before. It was only last year they got the world accreditation, and after that we got the new. So I want to thank and congratulate you. I think you heard all what Dr. Radhakrishnan has said, but I want to specify one important issue here. This was set up in 2016 or 17, which Joshi was a student. Today he's coming as a WHO consultant. So we've seen that progress. We did this after I launched the first time bringing ethics into the curriculum with Dr. Jayashree Mehta and myself, the then president of the Medical Council of India. We did this in 15 last, and subsequently Dr. Prakash Mishra and myself and others brought into the law in 2019. So that's the progression. Today, ethics is by law part of the curriculum. And that's a great, in fact, there are many countries that in the West who don't have it by regulation, and I think that's a great achievement. But one important issue here is, this is the student movement, and it's the sixth. You must remember, during COVID, we had Ethos, but it was online, and Dr. Anuja was one of the speakers then. And what's important here is ethics and values. These two important issues. All of us as healthcare providers, what is the first requirement? Science everyone has, but the first requirement is character, good character, right? Professional identity, and an ethos of ethical ethos. That's the foundation for all the science. Because when you go to see a patient wants to see you, they want to see a good character, ethical, professional. Then comes all because someone with that background will certainly have good ability to care, treat, comfort, and cure whenever possible. Often we might never cure, but we need to be sure that we are having the empathy and compassion. But what is important, all this focuses on the next generation of healthcare providers. That's what this is about. We are inculcating, we are infusing this important aspect. And I want to congratulate Dr. Gita Lakshmi and your chairman, because this is the future. We are all here, but we will be gone. But these are going to be the future healthcare providers of this country and indeed other countries. And your patients will be the beneficiaries of this. So with that words, I want to wish everyone well, have a wonderful conference. We had lovely, wonderful workshops yesterday, and we will finish tomorrow, and I leave day after tomorrow back to Australia. So I want to thank you and congratulate Dr. Geeta Lakshmi, our president, our chairman, our pro-vice chancellor, and certainly the chairman who is the foundation to allow all this. But there's one thing before I finish. You remember here, Dr. Geeta Lakshmi, she's your current vice chancellor. She was with me when she was with the NPI University, and long before the Medical Council and the Medical Commission brought the active form, which is ethics, we watched it in her university with Dr. Radhakrishnan and the then health minister. I still have the photo of all holding that up, and that's how I came to know this gentleman was a veterinary doctor with genetics in his background. I still remember that. And so I'm so delighted to be here, and I wish everyone a great success. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you for your inspiring words, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Professor Dr. Mohanan Kurumol, Vice Chancellor, Kerala University, to address the gathering.
A good day to all. The founder chancellor of this great empire, Thiru, Dr. A.C. Shanmugam. He is a visionary leader, and I have been seeing his amazing work as a founder, as an MLA, as an MP, and of course probably a future national minister. Respected Sri Dr. A.C.S. Arun Kumar, Dr. J. Radhakrishnan, the eminent Additional Chief Secretary. More than that, he has been the Secretary Health for a long time, and I can understand that how transformation in the health sector in Tamil Nadu happened. We used to say Kerala was the top in the health delivery and health indices. Now Tamil Nadu has surpassed Kerala, and the reason is with me. And of course, he is ably supported by my great friend Dr. Geeta Lakshmi, who has been the Director of Medical Education, who has been the Vice Chancellor and Dean for a long, long time. Such medical educators and a good administrator can transform a state. And that is what we have seen. And that's a congratulations. And when you have a visionary, the founder chancellor is there, things are good. I'm so happy to be in this conference because this, I understand, is organized by students. Am I right? This is organized by students. Whatever we do, we seniors conduct a conference and tell the students to come and listen. But then, since we are telling, they will come and just listen. And it goes inside and it goes outside. But here, the students are doing, and I congratulate Mr. Jal, because he is not a Dr. Jal. Mr. Jal. And I am sure, maybe after 2-3 years, I will be calling him Dr. Jal also. The most important thing is that we are in an amazing situation for India. We all know that India is the 5th largest economy in the world, and our Prime Minister says in 2047, when India becomes 100, India will be the number 1 country in the world. It is not because the Prime Minister said, it is because it is going to happen. And that is why he has said. And that's why the World Economic Forum says, all the indices says, why this meeting and India's number 1 position is connected. At that time, the leaders of the world are sitting in front of me. They are the youngsters who are going to lead us. They are going to lead the Tamil Nadu, lead the India, lead the world. There's no doubt about it. So whenever I see a meeting, whenever I am called as a vice chancellor to a meeting, I just ask how many youngsters are there. If there is a large number of youngsters, I invariably accept. And here, that's why I accepted. And also, when my dear friend Gira Lakshmi said, I thought I have to be here. And I am so happy that I accepted the invitation. Now, I want to tell my youngsters, this is what I am directly telling them. India is going to be on the top, there is no doubt about it. Our youngsters also will be on the top, there is no doubt about it. But then, you yourself, are you also in the top? That decision you have to take. All your classmates will be on the top. Are you also in the top? And therefore, this is an occasion for introspection and work hard and lead the nation. Maybe we will not be there at that time. But I am here to see you, the leaders of the nation today. That is why I am here. I wish you the very best. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I call upon Dr. Sharat Kumar Agarwal to address the gathering.
Respected founder, chancellor of this university and dignity on the dais, of the dais. Lot of things has been told by the previous speakers, so I will not take much time. I will congratulate the entire university and the medical college and students to organize such a wonderful conference of 3 days, which is going definitely to help all the students, because ethics, as Dr. Russell said, that it has to be part of our life. It is not only important for the doctor but for every person. Every person should have ethics. And as a representative of IMA, the immediate past national president of IMA, I will only ensure the students that IMA is there for helping our students, helping the doctors whenever they are in need, whenever they are in stress, whenever NMC is doing something wrong. We are there to protect, and we have fight last year also. We postponed the next exam for the students and will continue to help them. With these words, I once again congratulate the entire team and my gratitude to VC Dr. Geeta Lakshmi for inviting me here for such a wonderful gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your words of wisdom, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Abhijit Sheth, President, National Board of Examination and Medical Sciences, to address the gathering.
Very good day. Dr. A.C. Shamanugam, Dr. J. Radhakrishnan, all the dignitaries on the dais, many of them are my very well-known colleagues, Professor Russell D'Souza, all the senior faculties and dignitaries of the dais, all the students. On behalf of the National Board of Examination, I extend my gratitude to the chairman and Dr. Geeta Lakshmi to invite me here. And I must congratulate on behalf of the National Board of Examination to the MGR University to organize such an important and such a knowledge-based conference. And this is exactly what we need across the country. In fact, the National Board of Examination is also working hard to bring these ethical values within their own system across the country, within the DNB institutions. Two things which are just, and then I'll conclude it. One is 2 months ago I was with the ECFMG chief, and this is important for the students who are aspiring to be a great leader and doctors, that eventually the USMLE system and ECFMG is going to focus very strongly on two clinical disciplines. They are not calling as non-clinical discipline. The one is clinical research and other is communication. And these both are very closely associated with the ethics. And this conference and
this knowledge sharing platform is one of the most important platform for all aspirating students. And I never consider ethics a single word, but what we need is to imbibe the ethical values within our medical profession, because that is the most sustainable way to continue our best practices and to be a good and a noble doctor to the community and society. You must understand only two professions are most well respected in the social context is a teacher and doctors, and we are both of them. So let us continue our journey to make our moral, medicine and manner as better and as stronger as possible to serve the humanity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We next call upon Professor Dr. Jailal Sir, General Secretary, Commonwealth Medical Association UK, to address the gathering.
Beloved and distinguished chairman of this prestigious university, the distinguished leaders of the medical profession and administration on the dais and off the dais. I'm indeed privileged and happy to be with you at this moment. I'm going to give a lecture in the afternoon, the keynote address, so that I am not going to take much time. I only appeal to the beloved students. The opportunity for you is not going to be only with India. The world is looking at you. I represent 56 countries of medical associations in the Commonwealth. The need of you to contribute to this nation is great. So do not get confined to your vision within our own land, our own village. It is mandatory that we need to serve. But opportunities are there, whole of the country, whole of the world. So your talent, your ability, the knowledge and empowerment which you are having, definitely you have an opportunity to shine across the globe. I invite and welcome you to be a contributor and the transformers of the health across the globe. May God bless you. May this program of this empowerment program of Ethos 6 instill confidence and hope in you, and we are all up there with you to handhold you and support you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
On behalf of the organizing committee, our students would like to honor our patrons, namely our chairman, president, wait, a moment, sir. Children want to give, sir. Please, sir. Come, come. Organizing committee children, please come to the stage. Thank you, sir. Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
With a heart filled with gratitude, we would like to draw the curtains on today's inauguration ceremony. We would like to call upon our organizing co-secretary, Dr. Nitishri, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we come to the end of this wonderful event, it is my privilege to deliver the word of thanks. First and foremost, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guest, Dr. J. Dr. Radhakrishna, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Corporation Food and Consumer Protection Department, Government of Tamil Nadu, for accepting our invite, sir. We also express our gratitude and appreciation to our Registrar, Dr. C.B. Palanivelu, our beloved Dean, Dr. Deepa Vidoria, our Medical Advisor, Dr. C.S. Jayachandran, Special Officer Mr. Dhanavir, our Medical Superintendent Dr. Srinivas Raj, and our PG Director Dr. J. Krishna Mohan, Dean SRMCH Dr. Balasubramanian for their unwavering support and responsiveness. A wholehearted thank you to all the speakers who overcame challenges and put in immense efforts to educate and enlighten us with their knowledge today. And special acknowledgement goes to the auditorium staff, the technical team, purchase, accounts and transport departments, for organizing faculty and students, volunteers who went above and beyond to support us with their ideas and efforts. Finally, I want to thank all the delegates who made this conference engaging and successful. Your contributions have made this event truly memorable. Thank you.
Thank you, dignitaries. Thank you, delegates. Delegates are requested to stay back. We request you all to rise for the national anthem. The delegates are requested to stay back, please. Delegates are requested to stay back.
Oxy is doing very well. That's a very smart person in society.
help me that even legal pathway design that. So I will be the most active person to give our input. And because I was going to the constitution for long time. I want to help. There are some deficiencies
We all know that sponsors are the backbone of any event. We now have Beckman Coulter as sponsor for an advertisement. Representing them, we have Nikhil Agarwal, Regional Business Head.
ரெண்டு பேரும் பக்கத்துல ரெண்டு பேரும் பார்த்துங்க ஒருத்தன் அதுவே ஒருத்த போயிட்டாங்க என்ன அனுப்பிச்சு
Very good afternoon to the ACS management, various dignitaries, guests, and attendees of this most prestigious conference. I am Nikhil Agarwal, the Regional Business Manager of Beckman Coulter Diagnostics India, and it's my absolute honor and privilege to be with you here today to talk to you about our company, our products and solutions, and our parent company, Danaher. With further ado, I'll just start my short presentation. I'd like to first speak to you about our parent organization, Danaher. Danaher is headquartered in Washington, D.C. We are a global life sciences and diagnostics innovator. There are about 20 companies under the Danaher portfolio. Most of these 20 companies fall under two strategic platforms. One is the diagnostics platform and the other is the life sciences platform. We're very proud to be a Fortune 200 company with over 60,000 associates working across the world. What keeps us going at Danaher? First is the innovative mindset, which is ingrained into all our associates as well as the processes. Second is we are encouraged to take initiatives and collaborate with academia and industry to better our products and solutions. Danaher is known for its acquisitions. Most of the 20 companies which are under the portfolio today have been acquired in the last 15 years, and this is how Danaher improves its solution offering to customers. And lastly, we want to be a science and innovation leader, a global leader in this. It is the core of what we do, and it fuels all the work that we do here at Danaher. So let me first start by talking to you about our diagnostics platform. These are the various operating companies under our diagnostics platform. You may recognize some of these companies, and today you may be very pleasantly surprised to know that these companies all come under the Danaher family. Together, we are committed to offering very high quality and accurate diagnostics in all the areas in which we operate. So what makes us unique as the diagnostics platform? If you see, we are the only organization which can offer an unparalleled and unmatched breadth of solutions which can meet the diagnostic need of every hospital and medical college such as yours. We have Beckman Coulter, which offers solutions in core IVD, that is in chemistry, immunology, hematology, microbiology, and urinalysis. Cepheid is well known for solution offerings in molecular diagnostics. Leica Biosystems is the global leader in histopathology. Radiometer is globally known for its blood gas analyzers, which go into surgical, neonatal, and point-of-care facilities. HemoCube is known for its solutions in point-of-care blood glucose. So together, Danaher Diagnostics platform can meet almost every need, diagnostic need of today's hospital or medical college. And that is what gives us our unique advantage. Next, I'll briefly talk to you about the life sciences platform. This is one of our fastest growing platforms today. You may also again recognize most of these operating companies. They also come under the Danaher platform. Science is well known for mass spectrometers. Leica Microsystem is well known for its microscopes and camera. In fact, they also send a solution to the Mars rover for detection of water. Our company, Beckman Coulter Life Sciences, is very well known for flow cytometry. So together, all of these companies are committed to discovering, developing, and delivering solutions which advance human health. And lastly, the biotechnology platform. This is one of our newest platforms that we've introduced through our acquisition of Cytiva, who do an invaluable role in the manufacture of vaccines and drugs. All these three platforms put together is Danaher, and we're very proud today to be part of Danaher. Now let me talk to you about my organization, Beckman Coulter Diagnostics. We have a very simple but powerful mission, which is to relentlessly reimagine healthcare one diagnosis at a time. And how do we do this? We do this by providing a host of solutions in chemistry, immunology, and hematology. Let me start by talking about the solutions we have in chemistry and immunology. So we have solutions from low throughput all the way to high throughput. I particularly like to talk about two of our instruments, DXA 500i on the left, which is released this year as our first integrated chemistry immunoassay analyzer. And I'd also like to talk to you about DXI 9000, which was again released this year as the industry-leading highest throughput immunoassay analyzer. So, how do we position our products and solutions? In immunology, we have solutions which go from Access 2, which is a benchtop immunoassay analyzer, which can do about 100 tests per hour, all the way to DXI 800, which can do 400 tests per hour, and the DXI 9000 that I just spoke to you about, which is the industry leading 450 tests per hour. Very similarly, we have our solutions in chemistry. We have EU4OT, which gives us a throughput of 800 S per hour, all the way to our EU5800 series, which can do about 2800 S per hour, scalable all the way to 9800 S per hour. Just imagine the workload that these instruments can handle. So, this is the Bateman Coulter diagnostic advantage only of the Ethos solutions. We go through to isotope. We would like to say no. One of the key themes of this conference is audio-based, and Bateman Coulter diagnostics plays a very crucial role in ensuring that the highest quality is followed in the design and development of our machines. So all the machines that I showed you, whether it's low throughput or high throughput, in their respective platform, they use the same technology, they use the same reagents, they use the same software. So as a result, you're going to get the same test results, the same quality of results is going to be generated regardless of which instrument you use. This is how we ensure that the highest quality standards are maintained, accuracy of results is maintained. That is how Beckman is able to give you that advantage. Similarly, we also have scalable hematology solutions which go from 50-60 tests per hour at our benchtop model to our high-end DXH 900, which gives a throughput of 100 tests per hour, including the detection of the monocyte distribution width, which can help with early sepsis in patient. All these solutions put together are able to meet most of the needs of a core lab in today's environment. Now, there are two machines that I would like to particularly talk to you about. First is the DXE 500i, which has just been launched this year. In fact, the first installation will happen shortly. This is our first integrated immunochemistry analyzer, which delivers a chemistry throughput of 800 tests per hour and immuno throughput of 100 tests per hour. It has been designed to have the maximum uptime. It can handle 168 samples at a time. And to meet the growing needs of today's lab, it can also have reagents loaded on the fly. This is our newest entrant from this year. I'd also like to talk to you about our instrument DXI 9000. As I mentioned, this is an industry-leading, highest throughput 450 tests per hour machine. And not only is throughput, it's one of its milestones. It's also been designed to give you zero daily maintenance. It's been designed to have precision vision technology, which ensures that the sample is completely ready for analysis before the reagents are added. It has an onboard guide, which will allow technicians to be self-sufficient. They can troubleshoot most of the problems themselves if there are any. Also, it has fewer calibration needs. So this is how Beckman Coulter delivers an advantage to its customers through its products and solutions. We've spoken about analyzers. I'd like to also talk to you about automation. Automation is another strong suite of Beckman Coulter. We are the global leaders in automation with more than 2,000 installations worldwide. We offer, again, similar to our instruments, a host of automation solutions which can apply to any mid-sized as well as a very full-sized hospital. So we have our DXF 5000 fit, which is ideal for research hospitals that handle 2,000 to 4,000 samples per day. This machine can automate 70% of the manual workflow in pre-analytics and post-analytics. It has a industry-first 3-second sample check. It utilizes a 4-lane track system to allow you to prioritize your start samples. And it is in such a small footprint that it can be accommodated in any mid-sized hospital or lab. This is DXA 5000. Hello. Yeah, thanks. We also have highly profitable solutions, DXA 5000 and Power Express, which can handle sample volumes of 10,000 samples per day as well. Fine. So lastly, I'd like to talk to you about Beckman Coulter India. Today, we have an installed base of over 5,000 instruments. We have over 1,700 customers. We are very proud to be associated with ACS Medical College also, who are one of our proud customers. We have over 250 associates who work in India, along with a team of 100 associates, service associates who take care of these instruments throughout the length and breadth of the country. We have over 70 channel partners to ensure that supplies are as close to our customers as possible. And we have over 300 R&D engineers who work from our India Development Center in Bangalore. That's a research center which is delivering solutions for all our products and systems across the world. I would now like to play a very short video on technical diagnostics. Just a second, I'll plug in the audio.
This very minute, around the world, millions of patients and their families and healthcare providers are anxiously awaiting the results of critical laboratory tests. Results that will change and save the lives of patients. 70% of all medical decisions made today begin with a diagnostic test. If that test is for sepsis, the sooner it's identified, the sooner life-saving action can be taken. If that test is for chest pain, the sooner a heart attack can be diagnosed and treated. If that test is for prenatal wellness, the faster any issues are identified, the better the outcome for mother and child. In critical diagnostic testing, time is life. That's why our driving mission is to relentlessly reimagine healthcare, one diagnosis at a time. At Beckman Coulter, we attract and nurture the very best, talented team members who want to help save lives and improve the human condition. Their potential is our fuel. Their passion and growth are the foundation of our ongoing impact on the global good. They also have a powerful ally, our proprietary Danaher business system. We're dedicated to customers, delivering more than 1 million diagnostic tests per hour to thousands of healthcare systems across the globe. We are proud to be the one global leader in what we call automation for all. Relentless is not a corporate platitude, it's a promise. We thrive on solving problems, investing in clinical decision support, biomarker scouting, and new tests, further expanding the range of critical problems we can solve. 1 2 represents a life, and every patient deserves answers, replacing waiting and worrying with knowing and acting. At Beckman Coulter, we're reimagining healthcare and saving lives. One precious life at a time, millions of times a day, worldwide.
Finally, I'd like to conclude by thanking the ACS management, the Dean, MS Sir, Ma'am, and various people in the biochemistry department who supported us in the endeavor for continuous improvement, which is one of the core values of Danaher. I'd like to leave you with a quote from Thomas Edison. There's a way to do it better. Have the hunger to find it and have the courage to execute it. Thank you so much.
We thank Beckman Coulter for his sponsorship. It really means a lot, sir. To Tokens for the food is being is arranged in the basement, so please do collect it. Sessions will start by 2.
இந்த அப்படியே எடுத்து வந்துட்டா
வேற என்ன பண்ண கீழே வச்சுட்டேன்.
எதுக்கு இல்ல
அது கீழே தட்டிட போறாங்க.
அது இருக்கு வைக்க முடியாது சார் அப்படியே இருக்க பார்த்துக்கோ
எல்லாம் சாப்பிட்டு பாருங்க.
லைவ்லயே ஓட்டுறேன் மரத்து லேட் ஆயிடுச்சு
ஓகே சார். அப்புறம் ஓகே சார். ஓகே சார். நான் அரேஞ்ச் பண்ணிடுறேன் சார். நான் அரேஞ்ச் பண்ணுறேன். जी कंफर्म வந்துருங்க. ஏசிஎஸ் மெடிக்கல் காலேஜ் அன்னைக்கு
Destiny, Mama.
சாப்பிட்டியா நல்லா சாப்பிட்டியா சாப்பிட்டேன் சாப்பிட்டேன் எங்கே இருக்கப்போ ஓ அங்கே தானே அங்கே வரணும் சாப்பிட்டேன் ஆட்டோ இருக்கா ஆமாம் இல்லையா இங்கே ஒன்றும் போயிடலாமா எத்தனை 2 டைம் டைம் போட்டுறேன் அப்படியா நீங்கள் போயிட்டியாப்போ லெக்சராக போயிட்டு அது இந்த 2 மணி தான் வருது அங்கே 2 பேர் பாவம் 2 பேர் மட்டும் வெளியே உட்காந்து பசங்க இங்கே பாரு இங்கே நான் இங்கே ஒன்று மாட்டு பசங்க சாட்சி ஏதாவது முடிச்சு போகிறாங்க என்ன वरना जी
ஆர்டிஸ்ட் கொடுத்துட்டு வந்தேன் சார்ஜ் போட்டு சார்ஜ் போட்டுறாரு. மொட்டை பெட்டிஷன் மாதிரி எல்லாரும் காமன் ஆச்சு டாக்டர் நேம் கூட இல்லை வெளியே காமன் காமனாக
I don't see யாருமே ஜென்ரேஷனாக கொண்டு போகிறது யாருமே இப்போ நான் வாஸ் ஜென்ரேஷன் நிறைய ஆயிரம் எல்லாரும் ஏழ்மையிலையும் ஆயிரம் பட் அந்த எண்ட் ஆஃப் த டே ஆர்கனைசேஷன் வரும்போது எல்லாத்தையுமே என் ஐடியா அது நான் அப்படி சொல்ல மாட்டேன் ப்ராப்ளி நான் ஸ்பேஸ் கொடுக்க மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க சாருக்கும் ரொம்ப எனக்கு முன்னாடி எனக்கு ஜிசிடிசி பண்ணுறதுக்கு ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஜிசிடிசிஎம்லாம் இதெல்லாம் கிடையாது ஐஎம்ஏலாம் கிடையாது நோட் பண்ணி போட்டு அந்த டைம்லேருந்தே நான் ஒரு பிளாக் பட் என்னன்னா அவர்கிட்ட ஒன்று எல்லாருக்கிட்டையும் ஒரு மேனேஜர் ப்ராப்ளி ஐ ரைட்லி பாயிண்ட்ஸ் இந்த வாட்டி எல்லாருக்கும் மொமெண்ட்டை கொடுத்தாரா அதுக்கு நான் தான் அவரை ஸ்பெஷல் பண்ணேன் ஒரு சர்டிஃபிகேட்டை கொடுத்தா அந்த ஃப்ரேமை தூக்கி போட்டு அந்த ஃப்ரேமை வேறு எதுவும் யூஸ் பண்ணுவேன் அப்புறம் நானும் அப்படி தான் யூஸ் பண்ணுவேன் ஒரு மெமரியே இருக்க மாட்டேங்குது நீங்கள் பண்ணுறீங்க நான் சொல்லட்டுமா அதுக்காக
I request everyone to occupy different place.
A very good afternoon panel discussion on promise and pitfalls of technology in medicine. And particularly it is with the artificial intelligence, where the technology has grown far and beyond, and still more it has going to develop. And in this panel discussion, I call upon Dr. Abhijit Seth, President of the National Board of Examination, to take a seat. Can somebody escort him? Next, I call upon Dr. Mohanan, the Vice Chancellor of Kerala Health Science University, to take the seat on the dais. Next, I call upon Dr. Sharad Agarwal to take the dais. I call upon Dr. Bhupati, one of my great friends through many of this interaction. Then I call Shiv Joshi, my favorite student, whom I saw him as an MBBS student and is now grown and still to grow, the youngest of the lot. So with this, I have become a moderator now, as I had to accommodate all of you. So thank you and welcome to this panel discussion, which is where Dr. Russell D'Souza, the head of the bioethics unit of UNESCO, and who has come all the way from Melbourne for this and this alone, Ethos 6, which is conducted by our students and the experts in the field of medicine, where we are on the dais. Thank you, Dr. Russell, for being here. With all his difficulties, he's been traveling throughout the world, but still, last week only he landed up from Europe. Again, since this program was there, he had didn't say no. I usually say that never say no, say always yes. So that he always takes up, and he's also one of my guru, because when difficult situations come across, I think of my guru really from the ISKCON, and also Dr. Russell D'Souza, like you can do it with all the difficulties. So it's one of the examples is Dr. Russell D'Souza, even at the age of 74, he keeps on traveling and does some societal obligations to the students and to everyone here. So let us go into this promise and pitfalls of technology in medicine. So in this case, let me give, I will start from Shiv Joshi and move on to the next where the questions will be put forward. So, Dr. Shiv, can you tell, as the word itself says, the promises of technology, particularly as you know, the electronic technology has grown and we are using it. But now, more than that, machine learning, data science, everything has come, like virtual augmented reality, virtual reality, particularly robotic surgery, everything into medicine. So what do you see like in future, the promises, and what will happen with the doctors with these advancement of the technology? That's what I want.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the question. So, when we look at artificial intelligence, especially the innovations like machine learning, robotic surgery, things that we just mentioned, these things are going to come in the healthcare. So, there will be, what I see is, there will be two groups of healthcare providers. One who would be opposing this kind of advancement in the healthcare. Second lot will be accepting them and use it for decision making as a supporting systems. So when we look at this machine learning or any kind of technological advancement, what we need to be concerned about is how this was generated in the first place. So, for example, in the morning we were having a session by Dr. Peters, and he did mention about a very important thing about how this AI-based systems can have inherent biases in terms of the historical data on which it was trained. We also saw that the majority of the data that we have is coming from the Western world. Within Western world also, it might come from very specific and very defined settings. So when we think about those things, we will see that we have to accept these technologies, but with a pinch of salt. Go ahead.
So, Dr. Abhijit, the question is
Yes. Now, certainly the AI innovation has created great enthusiasm in research, and a lot of promises have been projected. The biggest of this, which the world could see, is advancing into personalized medicine. And personalized medicine is the way the whole medicine style of practice is going to change in the future. In
which capacity, in which ability, this all eventually how the AI evolves, that defines that how this is going to work. We must understand that AI works on IQ, not on EQ, which is emotional quotient. But the challenges, the pros supporters of AIS are telling that eventually in the future they will develop the component of EQ in the AI also. So it's yet to be seen that how best it will get incorporated, the deficiencies, and they will come up to the next level of reality. But one reality is certain that personalized medicine is going to be a huge benefit from the AI. At the moment, AI is not going to replace the conventional route of medicine, but certainly it has a huge complement on the conventional route of medicine. The second biggest advantage which our country can get a benefit from AI is controlling the NCDs through because we have a huge data, health prevention data with us, and if this data is worked upon very rigorously and developed into AI-based protocols, then many preventive protocols where the medicine role is very limited, AI can play a big role into this part. So these are the promises. Pitfalls? Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Dr. Sharad?
What Dr. Vijay mentioned, I agree with them. See, the Indian medical practice, the Indian doctors, they were treated as the very good doctors even in the abroad. Why? Because of the one thing which is probably missing outside in the world, the clinical sense. And AI cannot substitute that clinical sense. See, for a same patient, AI is based on the data. AI works on the data. The data, they have the knowledge, the experience. But the clinical sense, the clinical judgment, it cannot be substituted by any technology. Technology, AI should be assisting the clinical sense. But my personal feeling and my humble request to all the teachers and the students, they should stress upon and give their time for developing the clinical sense, because 10 same disease patient cannot have the same outcome. So it is, and in medical field, particularly in the critical care patients, you should know when to say no. This is an art to say no and sending the patient to higher center. So I think AI should be taken as a support, but not as a. We should not be dependent on the AI. That is my.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay.
Definitely, AI, artificial intelligence, is like
And the technology.
Technology, general leap in the medical fraternity. The only concern is AI should not replace the clinical practice. That is very important. So, treating the patient, fellow friends or fellow citizen, it's a human touch. That is very, very important. Machine should not come interfere between the human touch. So,
but I'm asking you a question on the advantages.
Advantages.
And come back to the pitfalls.
Advantage of the AI should have technological data which will assist and facilitate the importance of the clinical material and also the research process. Research aspect AI should take 100% role, but not in the other angle.
Thank you. So,
one point, as Dr. Vijay mentioned, see, for the NCD, for these kind of problem where the data is required, AI can be very much helpful.
Where to concentrate?
demonstrate how to treat. Yes, okay, thank you. So in that case, let me go to the next question on. So the next question is, since the surgical part, because the technology has improved where the education system, we use the digital world, right now, the digital platform for any kind of educational services which we do for this medical education. So in that case, as you know, like NMC has changed everything to 30% of the lecture classes and remaining 70% either as a hybrid mode or into a technology-based digital system. In that case, how would how would be the advantage for the students and for the teachers in medical education with these digital data, digital teaching, whatever, digital examination? If you see iPad is used for exams, so everything from teaching to evaluation, how would these will become advantages?
Madam, again, a very interesting question. And when I think of it, as I was a student, not very distant, not in a very distant past. So when I look at it, there are new technologies, especially in cases of teaching, and we are looking at simulation-based trainings. So when we have certain rare cases, or let's say even cases which require different kind of iterations. By iterations, I mean a same case might present in multiple kind of forms, which might not always be possible to demonstrate during the kind of clinical rotation that is planned for the student. But if it is, if we use technologies like simulation-based training and give more hands-on experience using that simulation, it is again one of the effective modes to teach the students. So I think that is my take on incorporating these digital technologies in education. At the same time, I personally believe that hybrid mode of teaching is something that will help, because while simulations will take care of a lot of these different iterations, the importance of human touch, the importance of communication, that still needs to be taught by real people with real people. So I think that is where it
Because we are a medical education body, we think it in this way, that our gold standard education is a physical education. And certainly the old law is not that greatly keen about digital and simulation. But looking at the different industries and looking at the technological part of this simulation virtual training and digital, how we take it in national bodies, we doesn't want to replace or compromise the physical training. And any model has to have a physical training is must. We are developing 5 digital training module which has 3 aspects. One is physical, one is skill and virtual. The skill and virtual training takes control of the technical advancement, or what we call it, the complexities of the particular medical field or area. Now this is about the skill and virtual training. Of course, it has a limitation of what she was said about tactile experiences and all this. The third part is a digital training. Why digital training is so important? COVID has taught us a lot of things. But digital training has 2 great advantages. The one is it brings a uniformity across the country in whatever form. And in the second, it also allows you to go beyond the boundaries like global connect with the digital technology. So this is the advantage of digital technology. What we feel at with our colleagues who are the policymakers in government, that these are the modes of training which can reduce or other way enhance your scope of training, but it cannot
replace the mainstay, which is the mainstream, which is the physical. That's what we do.
Thank you, Dr. Mohan. The question is, how would the technology which right now we are using in the digital platform or in any technology-based learning and teaching for in the medical education, how would it be advantageous for the students as well as for the teachers and in the evaluation system?
Right.
It's an advantageous, like how is it advantageous?
Absolutely. The first, my response is that any advancement, especially using technology, is good. There is no doubt about it. Number one. Number two, regarding simulations. Suppose you want to be a pilot, will you put him on a flight and ask him to fly? That is dangerous. So you have simulations. Now even car driving, now government says you learn from a simulator and then touch the car. So, but we have been giving injections to all the patients and they were suffering. Now, when you look at it, now it is criminal to give an injection without knowing how to give an injection. We are putting endotracheal tube without knowing, and we are doing criminal acts. So these simulations have to be done. Now regarding advancement technology, just before I am entering this stage, I was talking to my great friend, Dr. Girish Vijayaraman. He is a neurosurgeon and a neurologist. He has got DM neurology and 5-year MCH neurosurgery. And I said, you have spent a lot of time and learning a lot of neurology should be very useful to neurosurgery. And he said, everything can be seen in your MRI. Just put it like that. Everything can be seen in MRI. And I am a radiologist. And when I entered the Trivandrum Medical College, we had only X-rays. And we were imagining. It was not imagining. It was just imagining. Okay. And then today, the technology is in such a way that what madam is thinking, I can image. By doing a functional MRI, even though she is smiling, whether she is happy or not, I can say. By seeing her picture of the cortical centers. So the point I am saying is that technology has taken to such a great level. And the positive point is that who is on the top of this digital technology? Our country. India is on the top of computers. India is on the top of artificial intelligence. India is on the top of all these areas. We had a conference 5-6 years ago at Chicago, Radiology International Congress. And the theme of that congress is, will AI make radiology secure? The theme of the radiology conference. And the consensus is that it will augment the function of the radiology. And we had large number of papers presented in Chicago, and very large number of papers were from India. The Indian publications were there, and therefore it's a good time. Enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. The same question. The same question you are going to give an answer. He has given an answer. It's your turn, your view.
So see the simulation again. Simulation is, the word itself says simulation, not the actual situation. In medical field, unless until the student during learning process is exposed to the real patient and real situation, you create any simulation, it cannot substitute that clinical science, because see, even the medical, if you practice the intubation, practicing on the mannequin, you know if I am delayed, if I am not able to put in a single, nothing going to happen. But in a critical patient, where you have to put the, just a fraction of second or just 30 seconds, that situation is different. That situation you cannot simulate with the mannequin or any simulator lab. So I again feel these simulation or simulating labs, they should be in addition to the patient, but the patient teaching, the physical teaching, should not and cannot be substituted by any simulation lab, and this will be detrimental for our medical education. If we shift, because see, if we discuss in detail, more than 350 medical colleges has been opened in last 5-10 years, and even the government hospital, they have been converted into medical college. I feel personally, probably because we know we are not able to generate and getting the sufficient number of patients in these medical colleges. So we are trying to, finding the way how to escape from this thing. So that is why we are creating something, simulating lab. But I am telling you, it will be detrimental for this medical education. Our doctors are, the best. They have the good reputation across the world. And this will go down if we only shifting to the simulation lab.
But there is also a question on evaluation that all of you also talking. Anyway, education and evaluation also is included in the question. I asked about, anyway,
so technology definitely has got an important role in teaching the medical students. I have a personal experience also. When we were students, like undergraduate students, the teachers are teaching anatomy and also especially physiology and also the pathology. And very difficult to understand the real teachings of the subject. So when the technology comes, definitely it easily tells the students, and which means people, students can understand the depth of the subject. That is why they are scores. Because students are not coming from only the particular section. Students are coming from the different section of the society. The students are coming from the, poor grades, or coming from the rural areas, or maybe students are coming from the urban areas. So the different section of the students are coming to the college, whereby their learning and understanding the medical subject is a very difficult for them. And many students are failed in those subjects. So the technology, when it comes, definitely it helps the students to understand. That is one thing. The simulation point of view is also, there is the same thing, because some of the mechanism and some of the teaching cannot be set in orally to the students and properly. When the technology comes, it gives a 3D dimension, then in-depth analysis and everything. So the simulation also has got a role in teaching and improving standard of the undergraduates.
Thank you. So, but none of you have touched about the evaluation system, but I think so, I would say one word in technology as digital platform, the evaluation also has improved. In fact, very fast and easy collection. So just put one word in that. And Mohan would elaborate on
evaluation at Kerala University of Sciences. Now, all the answer papers are digitalized. And the examiners see the digital copy. And digital copy and then upload the marks immediately. And then it comes to the university. So things have become very fast. And the next stage, what we are planning is not to have paperless examination, where the students will be writing in the tablet, and the moment he stops and pushes, it comes to the university website, and then it immediately transfers to the teachers. And this is possible. All these are possible, and it can be done. Only thing is we have to step by step we have to advance, and it is possible.
That is what we are saying, that technology is augmenting your process, but it cannot substitute your process. So that is what, So we have to be very cautious when we are using the and technology has to buy us whether you want to use or you want to abuse. So that is very critically when we are using. Yes, definitely it is helping you, but it cannot be only substitute the physical and the conventional teaching.
Thank you. So when I say the diagnostic, the third question is, when we go to the diagnostics of any kind of disease, how does the technology help you in diagnosing the disease or performing a surgery and treating the patient? 4 patients are there within a one patient. How technology can diagnose the disease, treating the patient or giving us any kind of surgical treatment or medical treatment and follow up. So how would I think so the technology would have an advantage in this by reducing the time of the patient coming to the hospital frequently and the stay time in the hospital stay time would be less. So this is my view, but if you, all of you could elaborate on it, that would be my last question to you. So then it will be followed by Dr. Russell, who will also talk on the pitfalls it might carry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So, I'd like to address all these three components one by one. So, starting with the diagnosis. So, when we look at diagnosis, technology is already helping us in certain ways. We look at there are certain programs within our country which are now operating AI-aided detections for the disease. So, it's not diagnostic, but it is kind of a tool that helps with the diagnosis. So, for example, let's say a person goes to a peripheral health center and you don't have a medical officer there, but you have an X-ray machine there which is fitted with some AI logic. What happens is the X-ray comes out and there's a risk ratio, there's a risk score, how likely this person is going to have a particular disease. If the score is high, can be referred to an eye center. So that kind of technology is already in place. So diagnosis, yes.
For people where doctors are not available, and this can help the referral from the rural areas, outreach area where we cannot reach, so they can be referred immediately with the connectivity with the ambulance or any kind of vehicle.
Yes, it kind of improves the access of the persons to the healthcare. That is something that is already happening right now. Coming to the treatment part of it, again, India already is implementing the treatment part through technologies and includes e-sanjeevani portals, where teleconsultations are a part of when your CHO, the community health officer, is able to bring in the expert opinion from higher level to the patient who is sitting at a peripheral center. So that is yet another example that our country is already utilizing for treatment part of it. Follow up, I am not aware right now if we already have some existing system, but it has the potential. For example, after COVID, we saw a lot of long COVID, we saw post-COVID sequelae, which was probably because we did not have a lot of studies at that time. Long-term assessments were not available. We do not know how that would happen, how persons would react after recovering from COVID. Another example would be any disease which requires a very long-term treatment. So adherence is also part of that follow-up. I'm not sure if there is an existing system that does this, but there's definitely a role of technology there as well.
Yeah, in diagnosis, technology has certainly played a role which is evolving. I'll give you a simple example of my cardiac sciences where initially we had this CT scanner machine which has started from 16 to 32 to 64. When it came to 64 slice, we started CT coronary angio going into it. And when we started doing CT coronary angio, the study shown that if it is negative, it has a very high predictive value. But when we spoke positive, it is inconclusive because still the technology has not taken that precision to a level of accuracy of human mind. So what we used to do that initially when CT scan was negative, we used to consider it as a confirmatory. The rest we used to still subject them depending on the disease presentation and complaint to the NGO. When the next generation machine came, they were more accurate, they were more predictable, not 100%, but certainly more predictable. In that case, is possibly we started depending on the result which were considered inconclusive in the previous generation machine. So this is the difference that when the technology advances, we also start addressing our issue of diagnosis. Still, we know that for confirmatory diagnosis, we have a gold standard in geography. But this is how the technology, advancement of technology takes place. Initially, we had a less faith on this. When the machine can advance to a 128 slice or 250 slice, we had a more.
So you say it is accurate.
So that is the advantage in this one. Regarding the treatment part, the AI will eventually help in some of the common treatment protocols. I don't think so at this stage it is safe to go on any advanced treatment protocols. But general disease treatment protocol, that is the maximum which we can do with AI. And follow-up is still not yet greatly established with the digital system. They are doing with the teleconsultations and others, but they have not been absolutely standardized. They depending on the person-based and the system-based standardization and institutional-based.
Thank you, madam. You are asking. You asked a very critical question. And one specialty where AI, digital technology has revolutionized is my specialty, radio diagnosis. Earlier, you take a chest X-ray, look, say that this is tuberculosis, this is bronchogenic carcinoma. Now, big hospitals in India are running their X-rays through the machine, and it is predicting what it is. And what is the accuracy? Now, a study has come. It says that the machine can predict malignancy from the small nodule in the X-ray by 91%, where an expert radiologist can say 64%. So data is there. And also, for example, breast cancer, we take few views and look and say that this is malignancy, this is not malignancy. Now, a machine digital tomosynthesis has come, and from it you can get hundreds of images, and which I will not be able to see all the images. And I feed to the computer and it says that in the 30-second image there is a lesion. Why don't you look once again? And then I can put a needle there and I will say that this is a malignancy. Now, in pathology, now millions of data are available, big data in the bank, and I see a lesion and tell my AI colleague is my computer, and what is this? And it will tell you what is the lesion. So things have come. Now everybody is saying that this is artificial intelligence. I don't want to use that word. When you say something is artificial, you connect that this is something else and you are different. It is actually enhancing intelligence. The intelligence is mine. There is no confusion about it. I only discover the so-called machine. I mean we the human being. So I am enhancing my intelligence, and therefore it is my enhanced intelligence which will tell me a better diagnosis. And again, in the treatment, now we are going to a stage of personalized treatment. My treatment will be different from Given Adams' treatment because my genetic configuration is different, and I will respond to one drug and you will not respond to that drug. So how do you know how a physician can do that? He can use all these data and then analyze where I am, my genetic configuration, and they can predict my malignancy potential. So I have certain symptoms, and you go to a physician, and he thinks about what is said in medicine, and he will say that you may have this disease. But all this data is given to my colleague who is an AI machine, and AI will tell 5 possibilities, and being myself a learned man, from that 5 I will be able to select one. So it is an addition to my intelligence, my capacity, and it is no more artificial. It is my
It's an addition to your intelligence.
That word you have remember. Then it is not a threat. When you say artificial, it is a threat. If it is my intelligence, it is not a threat.
So it's artificial only. Thank you.
Definitely, see, it has increased the.
Because we have another 5 minutes.
It has increased your opportunity to get accurate diagnosis. That is true, as all the panelists are agreed, I am also agree. But I just mentioned the role of technology. Technology has definitely increased the diagnosis ability, at least at the rural area. Like we said that in the radiology, through PETs, you can put machine in any village and diagnose it at command center. Same way in COVID also, lot of people, lot of hospitals run the command ICUs. The doctors were sitting on a city and they were, by the AI and the technology, they were treating the patient on the periphery. So that is also a day-to-day practice like ECG and all. You can just take the ECG and send it to the consultant in night on the mobile, and it saves the time and accurate treatment. So definitely, technology and AI they have increased and augmented the diagnosis as well as the treatment. But again, with caution, because it cannot substitute the clinical knowledge and the the physical touch of the patient by the clinician. That is the more supreme and more important.
Thank you, Dr.
So definitely technology has got a boon to the diagnosis and aid to the physicians. I always believe that because regarding the diagnosis, my clinical diagnosis should be substituted by the technology. That is what my aim. Because I have read that 60% going for the clinical knowledge, then 30% should be substituted to the technology, not in the vice versa. Nowadays, what happened? People are not taking history, not examination of the patient, never go and touch the patient, immediately write it the PET scan to diagnose the carcinoma. Because the disease pattern and the clinical pattern different to patient, region to region, everything. So, my clinical diagnosis should be supported by the technology, not in the vice versa.
Assisted.
Yeah, assisted. Yeah. That is the only diagnosis. Then the treatment point of also, that is a very different treatment also. Treatment also again that is not aid my diagnosis. It's not aid by the physicians. Not only surely based on the technology itself. Because when I give a painkiller, some patient responds to the painkiller, other patient does not respond to the painkiller. Then when I talk to him for half an hour, then automatically his pain subsides. Because his pain somewhere because of the stress or some other problem. That is why technology cannot treat that. So even the treatment point of view is also you should assist my diagnosis and my clinical equipment, second thing. But some other certain areas where in a clinician has got a greatest dilemma, what to do it, how to do it, which road to cure this, then technology comes to them. So this is for complementary each other. Finally, a clinical diagnosis, clinical acumen, score over technology.
Thank you, and I would say advantages are more, but it has to assist us and accuracy, assisting the human diagnostic, the intelligence of human intelligence. It has to assist and give an accurate result together. So in that way, but as you say, we can also think about the cost also involved, because as women we don't have the costing of our intelligence. We just give a prescription and say this is our cost like 500 or 1000. But with the machine or with the technology, your burden of your economy, your spending of your finance, everything goes away. So this accounts to the costing of the thing. But anyway, even if it costing, you have the accuracy and assisting your own diagnostic and the treatment of it, and it also can help in the remote villages where you can refer them through your technological connectivity with the doctors in the tertiary care hospital. So thank you all. And I will also say that you had also covered the pitfalls in the technology, and I thank you all for coming over here. And I want Russell D'Souza also to give one question, Mike, because he's tired.
I was listening to all this. I think one of the important things we agree that there is a place for artificial intelligence, or I like what my friend Mohan said. It's enhancing his intelligence, not artificial. It's adding value.
It's adding value to it. I suppose in radiology, pathology, in ophthalmology, where there is the what do you call it, taking patterns, they're going to be superior to our English speaker to be there. But there are other aspects or other areas of health that it might not necessarily be as enhancing as it is in some areas of medicine. And there's another full area that we didn't talk about, because it said here that pitfalls of technology in medicine, that falls into two areas. One is healthcare, which we are talking. But there's another area in education, medical education. So I was just last week in AMI, or the Association of Medical Education of Europe. That's the largest meeting. And there was the whole lot of AI in education, in medical and health professional education. And of course, comes with that many other areas. Well, there are certainly added advantages, but they have brought out a number of areas that can have some difficulties. But the most important thing that, and we did speak about all the data people, they're very anxious, very enthusiastic, they build on teaching, on education. But one of the things that we thought, and we probably didn't bring up here when we talk of both pitfall and is the ethical issues, right? Now, whether they're good or whether they've been enhanced, there are several ethical issues that we are still having to contend with. And I think that's an important issue not only for us, but for the community and the patients. And I think that's something we need. We had a nice presentation from Berlin while we were all there. I spoke by the president of the Association of Medical Schools of Europe, and he brought out some of the issues, and this is pretty much in medical education. And some of them is a biased one, but they also talked about another area. He talked about large language model, which is the amount of they're putting in, and something called they called it hallucination delusion, but it was actually the artificial intelligence. You ask a question, it cannot say I don't know. Right? So it comes to the next best prediction. The digital or the way it works is it predicts. And so it could predict there is what's called a disconnect. And so there is a requirement then to check, because they call it hallucinations. It was peripheral. So that's again in medical education. So health requires that. So I suppose these are further areas that we like to say it's bias with accountability. Who's accountable for putting the data, for feeding the data in and what you get out in the algorithms and so forth. So a number of areas are there that are still asking, we have still questions to answer, and I'll talk tomorrow on unraveling the ethical issues in AI. So it's been a wonderful session. My take home here is I like that that he doesn't want it as artificial. He says it's enhancing. So it's bit, because when anything we say artificial before you finish, what is artificial? You already bias because it's artificial. Whether it's food, whether it's taste, whether it's anything, the word artificial already gives us a bias.
See, the one part which I always, because as we said that the whole system is digitalized. Now we are using this. And learning that the digitalized system, the biggest challenge for you, two challenges, and this challenges will need to be addressed over the time. It will come in this session of the article. The one is confidentiality, and second is the safety. Safety of when you are doing the assessment system, because technology is advancing so rapidly. Students are coming up with this camera in the button,
at times. I mean, last time I remember that we divided the mid-PG session into 3 times. People say we are what we call it, we are dictators and we are these and we are that. But what I see, students, what they do it, even this camera, even from the eye, this one, or here, when the portal opens, within 1 minute, when the people get downloaded, they get all questions and send it to somewhere else for the analysis. This has not happened in our assessment, this has happened in one US only also. So these are the safety issues is one of the biggest concern, and the another one is confidentiality when we are using it for the patient system.
Continuing with what Sir was saying, we knew that certain colleges, the results suddenly became difficult. And we sent inspectors and they could not find anything. Finally, we sent EAP subjects and they could find small micro phones in the ear which could not be detected by others, and the EAP subject could know. Because somebody takes a photograph as you said and it is sent and the answers are told and it is said through the microphone kept in the ear. So these things are possible. We said we are digitally advanced in doing good things as well as bad things.
One more comment on this, the same lines. There's also a component of trust that is an issue. Yes, which gets broken down because I came across one of the firms selling a deep fake technology for follow-up and adherence kind of mechanism. So let's say you do a tie-up with some celebrity or some big person, and they will be using their face for this deep fake technology. Who will talk to the patients and say, okay, you have to take your time and like this. So now the concerns here arise because these messages, if they happen through the federal system, if they are sent through the government portals, then there is a component of trust that is also there. So we saw it in COVID, the biggest epidemic, even bigger than COVID was the infodemic. The infodemic that happened during the COVID time. So what happens?
Confidentiality and trust is learned.
Exactly. When misinformation or let's say information is shared from a trust, there were multiple studies which asked, what do you mean as a person is authentic? So people did mention that information coming from government portals, coming from government websites, coming from nurses, teachers are usually good options. So when we use these technologies into the federal structure, let's say there is a different technology adopted by some program to give follow-up counseling or things like that. There is a component of trust also that is broken with the patient and doctors.
But just keeps ahead.
Madam, the other concern is the other side of the kind of technology, because another aspect I am worried about it. Because once the technology is evolved, then everybody thinks that the technology will give diagnosis, technology will give treatment. That is why human thinking will be lost. The brain power will become drained, because the human power is millions and millions of knowledge. So that those things can be drained out. Because
So at one point of time, nobody will start using the thinking, and nobody will feed the data also, because no thinking power, no feeding of data, so everything will come to a standstill.
That's all.
Finally.
That is also another concern.
See, AI has a lot of disadvantages also. Being a clinician and a doctor for our profession, we all see how much patient know before coming to doctor through Google. And more than doctor, the patient knows the side effect of a treatment. You think when we'll shift to the AI, what will happen? And who will going to come to the doctor? So I think AI should be taken as an assistant, but not the clinical sense should prevail over the AI.
Okay, thank you. So this was a very good session taken up by our team of really intellectuals, I should say, who are on the stage, who had a long years of service in medical field. Really thank you all for giving us a broader view and what's the advantage and disadvantage. And really all of you gave a very good that accuracy, assistance, and how a digital world can be taking the confidentiality or or breaking the whatever. Pardon? Yeah. So everything was discussed, and definitely we will move through this whole technology, but still we have to start using our brains and our intelligence, what we've gone through. But to tell you the fact, the medical education today never reads Guyton, never reads Grey's Anatomy, never reads anything, but only they have a small book or they go into the digital world, finish everything, and that is how they go for the exams. Thank you one and all for the technology advancement and the disadvantages we see in the improvement of technology. Thank you one and all. Thank you, Dr. Russell.
Thank you, Dr. Geeta Lakshmi, for putting this session there and not only putting it together, moderating it and making it very, very interesting. Well, we learned about changing it to enhancement, is it, Dr. Mohan?
Thank you to all the dignitaries for such an amazing session. First, we would like our moderators, Professor Dr. S. Geeta Lakshmi ma'am, to felicitate Shiv Joshi sir.
Side வாங்க.
We would like Professor Dr. Russell Franco D'Souza sir to felicitate Bhupenu sir.
Mobile ला कर बोला mobile.
We would like to call upon our medical superintendent sir, Srinivas Raj sir, to felicitate our moderator, Professor Dr. S. Geeta Lakshmi ma'am, Vice Chancellor, Dr. LGR Educational and Research Institution. I would like to call upon Krishna Mohan sir to felicitate our moderator, Professor Dr. Russell Franco D'Souza sir. We would like the moderators to felicitate our other panelist, Dr. Abhijit Sheth sir, Dr. Sharad Kumar Agarwal sir, and Dr. Mohan sir. Thank you.
நல்லா பின்னாடி வந்து
It's time to move to the next keynote session. Human Height, Nature versus Nurture by Dr. Sabir Hamanullah. Dr. Sabir serves as the chair and clinical director of pediatric psychiatry at Queen's University, where he has made significant contributions to the field. His journey began with a DPM from the Central Institute of Psychiatry in Ranchi, followed by an MD in Psychiatry from the prestigious National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences in Bangalore, where he was awarded a gold medal for his outstanding performance. After further specialization in the UK, where he completed his MRC Psych and focused on adult and pediatric psychiatry, Dr. Hamanullah received his Cyril Porter Gold Medal from the Birmingham Medical Institute, reflecting his commitment to excellence. Upon moving to Canada, he worked in Prince Edward Island for 6 years, eventually serving as Chief of Psychiatry from 2017 to 2023. He held the position of Chief of Psychiatry at Woodstock General Hospital, where he pioneered initiatives such as COGWAL for dementia care and was among the first to use synthetic cannabinoids in dementia treatment. His innovative approach has led him to lecture globally on these important topics. Dr. Hamanullah is not only the president of the Canadian Academy of Pediatric Psychiatry, but also the president of the Oxford Country Medical Society and serves as chairman and scientific chair of the Indo-Canadian Psychiatric Society. He is currently the chair elect on the Ontario Psychiatric Association and a lecturer for the International Chair in Bioethics. Accolades include being named as a distinguished fellow of the Canadian Psychiatric Association and receiving the Outstanding Contributions to Pediatric Psychiatry Award from the Canadian Academy of Pediatric Psychiatry. Dr. Hamanullah has published extensively in peer-reviewed journals, contributed chapters to several books, and authored complex clinical conundrums in psychiatry. His research interests span physician burnout, ADHD and autism in the elderly, PTSD in dementia, and cannabinoids in dementia care. Today, as Dr. Hamanullah delves into the intricacies of human AI and the ongoing debate of nature versus nature, we are excited to gain insights from his vast expertise and experience. His perspective promises to challenge our understanding and inspire us to think critically about the implications of AI in our lives and society. Before moving on to the session, we would like to felicitate the judges of the poster presentation. Shortly. We now move on with the keynote session.
Wonderful.
So you can hear me, it's perfect. Thank you so much for this honor to be a keynote speaker at such a prestigious event and a significant university in India. I have a very difficult task, as you all know. This is probably the last session of the day, maybe. But usually speaking after very eloquent speakers is not just challenging, it makes it an impossibility. But thank you so much. There are very familiar faces there in the crowd. I think that is Professor Girish, if I'm right. I heard Prasad's name, I had Vice Chancellor Dr. Geeta Lakshmi's name. It's always nice to be able to meet familiar people. Thank you for the very kind introduction. The reason I chose this topic of nature versus nurture is when we talk about human beings and we talk about illnesses and we talk about learned responses, we often talk about whether this is part of nature or it's part of nurture. It's often very reductionist to look at it from a point of view of only nature or nurture, because we know there's lots of intricacies. And if you look at epigenetics, where there's a significant nature component, we also know that its manifestation is based on nurture in many cases, environmental influences. What I'm hoping to do today is address a number of things which will, in the coming years, be potentially a very challenging area. So what I will do is, within the scope of the presentation, is to define certain key terms. Right? And Vice Chancellor Geeta Lakshmi was talking about how people no longer read Gaitan and books that used to be used before. And it's very interesting that one would use a benchmark as some of the greatest works in these areas as being needed areas for us to be reading. It's very interesting. So, what is intelligence? We all like to be perceived as being intelligent people. Right? I mean, when someone says you're very intelligent, we feel very happy. Everybody's very happy when he says intelligent. But if someone tells you he's an idiot, you almost feel very hurt. We don't realize that if the person who's calling you an idiot is actually an idiot, it makes you intelligent. And if the person who's saying you're intelligent is an idiot, it makes you an idiot. It's very interesting how things are perceived differently. And the context is very important, right? So intelligence has abstraction, logic, understanding. But look at the important thing in that, self-awareness. This definition was taken from Wikipedia. And the reason I used Wikipedia, it has become ubiquitous with sources of knowledge that people reference, often in their lectures, but also an easy source of information with some degree of consistency because of its extensive cross-referencing that it's purported to do. We believe that it will be cross-referenced. So there is self-awareness. Then there is emotional knowledge, which is very interesting. It doesn't talk about emotional intelligence, it talks about emotional knowledge. Right? Then it beggars the question, if someone is talking about emotional knowledge, and then in the same line, they're talking about problem solving. If you have an emotive situation, how are you going to problem solve? Right? So park that there. Here's the next one. We know that there is intelligence, we know there is wisdom. And we often talk about people who are wise people. People who are intelligent, but they have something more than intelligence. So what is it? Wisdom has all the components of intelligence, but also recognition that our lives are very short. And some of those emotive responses are not worth your time. So if this idiot comes to you and says, you are an idiot, and you're getting upset, who's the problem here? Isn't it interesting? That our responses dictate the extent of our intelligence. So if you look at wisdom, and over a period of time you become wise, it actually entails that sometimes the best response is no response. It's not meant to be one coming out of arrogance, because some people do that. It's meant to be out of recognizing that a response at this point in time is not problem solving, but it's feeding into the problem. So are we the smartest generation? This always keeps coming up over and over again. Somebody comes up with a creation, we're the first people to do this. It's not true. I don't for a moment think we are the smartest generation. We may be amongst the smartest generations, maybe. But look at Atlantis, the fabled Atlantis. Look at Babylon. Look at the pyramids of Giza, where people now say, well, it was not believed, it was not built by human beings, as extraterrestrials. Is there life beyond the earth? Maybe. I don't know. What does it tell us? This notion of somehow we are being the smartest seems to give us some degree of security. And this is very important moving forward, because when we talk about artificial intelligence, the notion that I know everything is very dangerous, because then there is no learning. So I'm going to play this video for you. You don't need to hear, but you need to read the captions.
You work 8 hours to live for. You work 6 days to enjoy. You work 8 hours in 15 minutes. 8 hours to sleep 5. You work all year just to take a vacation. You work all of your life to retire, and contemplate on your lasting rents. Eventually, you realize that life is nothing but a parody of yourself practicing for living. We have become so accustomed to material and social slavery that we no longer see the changes. Life is a short journey. Live it. Collect memories, not material things.
So this is a very interesting video, right? So when you listen to it, at the face of it, yeah, it's true. You know, I worked so hard. Yeah, what am I doing? I'm not enjoying my life. The notion of enjoyment here, he says, is taking a vacation. Now, when you're taking a vacation, you're actually doing more harm by getting to a place that is away from your place of work or residence, because this is the place you need to make the best. If you can adapt to a place you're in, it will become the best. But creating those healthy environments come from you. What did this particular clip tell you? It said you work this many hours to enjoy this much. What is the enjoyment they're talking about? Watching a movie? Going to the beach? Having a good meal? Is that all life is about? But you can see this is the algorithm you have in your mind. This becomes the benchmark that you need to escape work. That work is somehow part of the interior thing. It doesn't have to be. If the money you make is what you spend in helping people who are in need, or you're actually doing good work is fine. If you enjoy the work you do, you're sincere and you work hard, it's fine. In fact, if you read the Vedas, in the Vedas, there's a saying about how you are entitled to work, not to the results, to work well. And I used to think about what it is that it means, and this is profound. What it means is, you can work, but if the outcome of the work is what you're looking for, you will not get diluted. So a police officer who does the work only because of the pay may be influenced by a bigger paycheck than someone who does it because he enjoys doing it. Look at the janitor. He comes and he cleans it and he's doing it because he likes doing his work. That place will be spotless. Same in every one of us. Okay? So if you decide that the kind of work you're doing is what you want to get away from, your work is going to be a problem. You will burn out. You will make it ill. So this is your template. Imagine the people you are training. Algorithm, conditioning, programming. Residents coming, you know what, you should work here, take vacation. You need to go on holidays. What does the student learn? So when Madam Nita Lakshmi was talking about writing and things like that, it's because despite being told there are certain key references, sorry, the individual learns or is programmed by forces beyond what we think should be listened to. Is that a criticism? No, far from it. It's first explored because that's what we call intelligent people. Okay? Now, this particular device was found in the 1900s when they had salvaged something from the bottom of the sea. They found this device, and this device goes back so many thousands of years. What is it? Well, it's called the Antikythera, and this is an analog device. So to find such sophisticated machinery that was dated to that point in time baffled people. So, oh, they must have been intelligent people. Goes back to what? This question. I'm with the smartest generation. No. Every generation builds on to the next one. It's a safety of knowledge base. When people come and tell you, this group of people are very intelligent, these people are not, complete baloney. We build on the knowledge base we acquire. Right? Do you get it? It's something that is in process. So the antique era basically showed us that there were very intelligent people who walked the surface of this earth much before we came. This was by Greek scientists, and it was meant to predict celestial rules. Very complex, very interesting. What about our schools? So Madam referenced guiding books that we need to be using, which are basically very important. Why? Because the difference between an ordinary physician, an ordinary nurse, an ordinary social worker, or for that matter, any ordinary person versus an extraordinary person is his ability to think. When your students recognize the value of thinking, that patient is going to get the best care. You can be in the darkest corner of the world. Your ability to think will be the one that's the light in that darkness. So let's go back to school, because this is very important. Nature is nature, and I'm acutely aware of the time and the fact that you must be tired. In schools, they teach us what? A, B, C. 1, 2, 3. Nobody teaches you A, T, N, Z. You don't. Why is that? This is not affecting anything, it's not. You could learn the letters any way you want. It's just that it makes it easier to start with A, B, C, D, E, F, G. All you need to do is all the letters. Yet we're conditioned to learn at this way. What if we have children who learn with all these letters mixed up? Technically, it should not be a problem, because the basic ingredients are there. Right? But what we have done is to make it easy for the larger pool of people. So knowledge assimilation becomes easier to the vast majority. Is that a bad thing? No, not necessarily. No. But does it enhance creativity? No. It doesn't. This is sequential learning. So for example, what is logic? Logic is the study of reasoning. A set of facts or assumptions and then a conclusion. Okay? So A, B, C, and D, there's this. Patient comes with lightheaded dizziness. You do the blood sugar level is low. Ah, yes, this problem. Yeah, glucose. You need to know how the person came to a conclusion, because anybody can draw a conclusion. It's the process that decides intelligence. So when I see students and I find people who lack process, I make sure I understand how to get into their head to teach them to recognize process. Because if you don't, you haven't learned. So when students learn the basics of anatomy, it's because the notion of a holistic approach is not there. And the exams and passing the exam become the criteria to pass and fail. I know some of the best physicians I've seen have actually failed themselves, but they're just phenomenal physicians. Why? Because when they failed, they went back and learned properly, and they love the science. But I've also seen people who keep failing and failing and failing because they don't want to study right. So, what if the schools teach you something that's not accurate? This becomes a problem. What if the narrative is different? So, for example, I start teaching all of you actually, Professor Girish, Dr. Russell, Professor Russell D'Souza, Madam Vika, actually NGI University belongs to me. First thing we'll say, the British government, they said, I don't know, no, this is actually my university. Okay. Now, there will be a cohort of students who may not know much about the university, but they're sitting there thinking, oh, that's interesting. Actually, maybe I keep telling them the secret over again. Over a period of time, there will be a cohort of students who believe what I told them and will challenge everybody else. Go back to the argument. When the information you enter is based on doctored information, not based on science or fact, but based on convenience and the need for power or glory. So look at this, and you teach this for a period of time. The student who's challenged will get angry, saying you are lying to them. Where was the problem? The basis of the program. The schooling of faith. There was no science, there was no fact, it was based on convenience and power. Is this a problem? It is becoming a problem. I find that there is no real practical approach to healthcare issues. We are talking about healthcare issues there, and telling it's the same way across the globe. In fact, maybe it's better in India in some ways. If you look at a patient, recently I saw who came with low blood sugar to the emergency room, was referred to psychiatry. I'm not joking, I'm serious, was referred to psychiatry. Saw this patient, young patient, 26, said, how was everything? Okay, okay. Why did they refer you to it? I don't know. They said maybe I had a diagnosis of depression in the past and I was diagnosed with some personality problems. Took the history, nothing suggested. Went through the medication list, she was taking gabapentin. Gabapentin can cause very low blood sugar levels in some groups of people. And so we looked at the medication level, blood sugar dropped started after starting gabapentin. Stopped the medication, saw her in a week, she was fine. What does that tell you? Emergency room was not able to diagnose the presentation of acute low blood sugar. Patient was being sent for extensive investigations. Is that good use of resources? No. What's happening to the schooling there? See the problem? What is programming? Give a command, you get a response. Click a mouse, it opens a tab. What if I expect to open the tab and say, I want a cup of coffee right now? It's not going to work because that's the tab I clicked. Same thing with our mind. If we don't program it to have a database that we can access, it's a problem. So if my lecture here today does not get you to think, I have not been able to deliver. It's not your problem. I should be able to show you which tab you need to click in your mind to get going. And that thinking tab, the logic tab, the reasoning tab, the ability to process information in a manner in which it gives due respect to the intelligence you were born with, not the nature. So the types of AI, we have various types of AI, as you know. You have reactive AI. You play a video game, it responds at that point in time. Limited memory, GPS, it tracks, you go from here to here, this is the route you need to go, limited. Then, there is theory of mind, where the machine itself is aware of its own quote-unquote character, personality, and responds in a particular way. But that response is fixed, there's no learning there. So if I, for example, program a computer to respond in this way, it will respond, it's aware of its own personality. But self-aware artificial intelligence is different. This is where the machine starts feeding back through a loop and actually can respond in a manner that will be fitting to the situation. So for example, if you came in and you wrote to me, it showed the same response the next time, this time it may ignore you. This time it may be more assertive. This time it may ask you to leave my office. Imagine machine learning realizing that what information was given to it was wrong, the machine correcting the learning. Is that phenomenal? So you decide, you've heard Professor Lakshmi saying that you need to be reading those books. Maybe she talking about this book. Maybe I should go and check this book. And you go back and read it and you're thinking, oh wow, physiology is beautiful. I need to read this in a book, but I don't have time. Maybe we have group study. All of a sudden, the creative faculties of your brain are being used. If you don't use it, you will end up like one of the young person. And what is the use? 70, 80, 90 years you live, and you haven't used this thing? What is the point? This is the greatest pleasure you have, the greatest luxury. It's amazing. You close your eyes and you can be on the moon. But if you don't use it, you're in trouble. Somebody else will program it for you. So why am I telling you all this stuff? Simply because artificial intelligence influences everything from machine learning, robotics, natural language processing. NLP is basically what they use in ChatGPT. Right? And ChatGPT, is deeply biased. If you look at it, the programming gets deeply biased. Certain very sensitive questions you ask, you get answers that you always politically driven. Perception, knowledge, cognitive systems, it's a problem. Okay? So, not all algorithms are biased. We often have a notion that it probably is. So, for example, if you read the Harvard Business Review, and it was a very good study done, many people were losing their job. So they were worried that this is anti-black racist. It was anti-Hispanic racist. When they looked at it, it was because in automation, it was in factories. Who are the people who do factory work? Hispanics and black people. Who are more likely to lose their work? These two groups of people. Was it racism? No, it wasn't. It was actually to do with the need for automation. The world population is growing. We cannot be having a process that lacks automation. We need automation. So we can automatically see that there is a component that we need to be able to distill before we make a judgment. So when Alan Turing, I hope I'm being able we talk about Alan Turing, right, who decoded the Nazi code. This guy was gay, he was ostracized, he ended up killing himself. But he was the one who helped contain Nazi Germany. How did he do it? He was able to decode what somebody else was doing. So the code they were doing was one that was foolproof based on what information they wanted to transmit. This guy decoded. Look at the brilliance of this guy. It's this decoding we need to eliminate bias. And how do we do it? Very simple. When he started working on this, he had nothing. And in fact, there's a movie based on this. It's a very nice movie, worth watching. Brilliant actors. They were able to challenge the notion of how it is that people transmit information based on certain codes. And once the code was cracked, they were able to get that information. They could not get into the code app, they didn't need to. We need to. If as a nation India is going to thrive, you need to realize that there are not many cheerleaders. The only cheerleaders we have are within universities that encourage thinking, creativity, and the ability to transmit knowledge without bias, which is what we are doing here today. If you're going to build a strong, effective, open, inclusive nation, you will need to be able to break those codes that people set us with the intention of some of the message being transmitted. Very important. So biases can be used to manipulate technological forces, supply and demand. So I can change it by saying, oh, yeah, this big demand, my coconut oil is the best because Kerala is the only place that makes coconut oil. So you're sitting here thinking, really? Yeah, every time I put in coconut oil, it goes to Dr. Shabir's house. But we produce it in Tamil Nadu as well. Oh, no, only in Kerala. What about the demand? Yes, everybody wants Kerala coconut oil. I am twisting the programming within these departments to show you, who you may be an novice, maybe you don't know, it makes sense to be going there now. Why can't we buy from Tamil? So we need to recognize the biases can have profound impacts on which areas? Healthcare, criminal justice, and credit scoring. So if you know now, credit scoring is very important. So if I am biased against a certain section of society, I start asking a different set of questions when you apply for it alone. I'll ask questions that are completely irrelevant to that context of the application, but one of which you will disagree with. See bias coming in, and this was certainly again how was the business review. I like this business review because it tends to give you very evidence-based information, but you have to study the evidence yourself and make a judgment. This is a very busy slide, I'm not going to go into it, it's 3:30 for you there. But it's an important slide and it's already recorded. I would like you, if possible, spend some time reflecting on this without laboring the point. But here's the issue. We are growing into a generation that we can use tools to create wars, famine, starvation, and killings just because we want what belongs to somebody else. And if you saw the room, the first video, you were 8 hours, you were this. The truth is, all of us are going to be valued only for the good we do for one another. If my lecture is of value to you today, you will remember me. Dr. Shabir spoke here, right? It was very helpful. But if I come here and I'm arrogant to you, I want to make you feel inferior to me, right? I've achieved nothing. And if that's 70 years of your life, it's been filled with bias, you're lying in your deathbed regretting every minute of it because you realize there was no value in antagonizing people. So if you watch this video, it goes very quickly to watch it. So this lady, all this makeup shit, but she could not recognize herself, so she screams when she sees herself. What does it tell you? That the more you put this facade of acting based on a template that is not you, you will become someone you cannot recognize yourself. So, with this, I'm going to end my talk slowly. It is like having a tripod table. If even one leg is faulty, the table will never stand. Our job is to monitor, strengthen, and decode if you are going to create a strong, viable, powerful nation based on knowledge, evidence, free of bias, and strong moral compass. Thank you.
so much, sir, for your enlightening session. As we conclude this enlightening keynote session, I want to extend our deepest gratitude to Dr. Shabi Mohammed for his compelling presentation on human highway, nature versus nurture. Thank you so much, sir, for taking your time out and coming for us. Thank you so much, sir.
No, absolutely not. If there are questions, I'm happy to take.
Is there any questions for sir?
The Honorable is Dr. Girish. Thank you for the wonderful exposition on nature versus nurture. In fact, almost 60 or rather 70 or 80% of our traits are by the genes. The environment and experience contributes only to around nearly 10 to 20%. Am I right? Am I right, Honorable?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay then. I think this, if it goes on, nature versus nurture, how are we made of? Maybe a contribution is epigenetics, you know. Genes expression varies depending on the experience and environment. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Professor. I call you Professor Girish, the genius professor. You are absolutely right. And I think in the coming years, I'm really hoping from the university itself, we can get students who can inspire new thinking. Because recycling the conventional thinking really is not going to get us anywhere. It would be amazing if from the students who are there in the audience, we get one or two who could actually take this and run with it, because it is the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your questions. We now go on to next keynote session. Neuroethics, hybrid intelligence and AI, an overview by Dr. K. sir. This session is being chaired by Dr. Sankitavan, Professor and HOD of Surgery, ACS Medical College and Hospital, and Dr. Ravi, Professor and HOD Anesthesiology, ACS Medical College. I request Dr. Girish sir and Sankitavan sir and Ravi sir on the stage. Now I request the chairpersons to introduce our guest speaker.
Good afternoon. First radio session. I hope only very few persons are here. I am very happy to introduce Professor K. Girish. He is well known to me for the past 10 years. Because I attended his so many lectures, and he is also my best friend. I personally know him. I attended so many classes of his. He is a classical demonstrator of epilepsy. Still, I am remembering. Dr. K. Girish is a highly accomplished medical professional with the advanced degree from the University of Madras, including MD in General Medicine in 1981, a doctorate in neurology in 1984, and MCH in neurology in 1990, as the first in India and Asia to qualify as both neurophysician and neurosurgeon. He also specialized in neuroacupuncture. Additionally, he holds a postgraduate diploma in bioethics from the University of Porto, Portugal, after receiving bioethics training from UNESCO Apia. With over 25 years of teaching experience, Dr. Girish has served as a professor of neurosurgery at Madras Medical College and Kilpatrick Medical College, and he was associate dean at the SRM Medical College. His significant contributions to neuroscience research and publications are widely recognized. For the past 20 years, he has organized more than 2,000 health camps across Tamil Nadu, focusing on neurological disorders, while also leading bioethics training program for medical faculty at institutions affiliated with 11 universities in India. In addition to his medical career, Dr. Girish, sir, please come, sir. In addition to his medical career, Dr. Girish has leadership roles in Lions Club International, including Vice District Governor and a District Governor and multiple council chairperson, overseeing 29 districts in South India. His efforts in community service are earned in 21 awards, including Best Doctor Awards from Tamil Nadu, Dr. M.R. Medical University, and Doctor's Day Award in 2023 from the Indian Medical Association on his outstanding contributions to society. I request Dr. Girish to.
Hello. Can I have the slide? Distinguished chairpersons, my dear delegates, senior professors assembled here, I profusely thank Honorable Vice Chancellor as well as Professor Russell D'Souza for in fact giving me this golden opportunity to address the Ethos 6, the delegates, on this very important topic. And the theme was in fact on AI in healthcare. Now, this is a very, very important topic, neuroethics. I also briefly, the first half of my talk will be on neuroethics, the significance of it. And the second half, maybe another 5 or 10 minutes, will be on hybrid intelligence and AI. William Safar, in 2002, in a Dana Foundation meeting, has defined neuroethics as the examination of what is good and bad about the manipulation of human brain. And this has been divided into two aspects, two perspectives: the ethics of neuroscience and the neuroscience of ethics. The ethics of neuroscience deals with those ethics and considerations when you do neuroscientific studies, as well as the brain-machine interface. It's automatically going on? No, I'm not pressing anything. Okay. The neuroscience of ethics means as to who we are, what is free will, what is self-identity, and so on. The neuroethics is a shoot-off of the traditional bioethics, which some of you would have heard online. I think there is some issue with this. Hello? Any point? Yes, okay, I'll try with this. Neuroethics is an offshoot of traditional bioethics. Now you see the evolution of bioethics, and I'm sure many of you will be knowing about it, but somewhere in 2002 was the concept of neuroethics has come into blossom. And now it's almost 22 years there, and neuroethics is there as such. Now, why neuroethics is important? Because it is the intersection of bioethics and neurosciences. The most important is manipulating the brain is different from manipulating any other organ. That is the most important thing about neuroethics. You can't easily manipulate the brain. And when you manipulate the brain, ethical issues are there. That's what I'm going to highlight now. I only highlight few critical issues as far as neuroethics is concerned. 1. Memory dampening. 2. Pharmacological enhancement. 3. Neuromarketing. 4. That is the deep brain stimulation. What are the ethical concerns of these? Memory dampening. There are drugs which can enhance your memory. Propranolol administered 4 times daily within 6 hours of a traumatic exposure significantly reduces the fear. Should one use it or not? Post-traumatic stress disorders. You do find propranolol when it's given, they do not get much fear. Studies have shown that. The, the ethical concerns are, suppose you're taking a drug, which is a natural phenomenon for you, to get a fear following an accident and so forth, whatnot. And you find erasing or weakening memory, these drugs might fundamentally change who a person is. There is a risk that, when you give consent to take a drug, you may not know what exactly and what is the memory alteration that is being done in the brain. Psychological risk can occur. When you erase such memories of trauma, will impair the ability to process and cope up with experiences. And someone might use these drugs to forget committing a crime, thus avoiding feelings of guilt and the drive to make amends, can't repeat mistakes. Then legal proceedings can get affected. What if memories of crimes or key events are erased or dampened? It could hinder the ability of the legal system to uncover the truth and deliver justice. There is a potential for coercion and abuse. Then personal relationships get affected, and sometimes consider a quick fix for enhancing your memory. Now, strict ethical guidelines are essential. Balanced approach is essential. Psychological counseling will have to be done. These are solutions for memory dampening being used by students. The other is the pharmacological enhancement. You can enhance the brain functioning by taking few drugs. Brain enhancement refers to interventions that make the normal healthy brains better, and that is the field of cosmetic neuropharmacology. Coffee, tea, cocoa leaves, alcohol can alter the brain chemistry. L-carnitine in tea can in fact alter the brain chemistry. Amphetamine, methylphenidate, widely used in USA, commonplace in college campuses. Modafinil, used for cognitive enhancement. Oxytocin improves the social bonding, reduces anxiety and stress. Now, arguments for taking it. It's my liberty. I can decide what I want to do with my brain. It's my autonomy. Why not I take it? That is one question. Argument for the enhancement. Then surveys have shown that in UK, a newspaper survey of 1,000 students from Cambridge University, 1 in 10 were illicitly taking prescription of these drugs to enhance their brain. A level grade of 69% to 70%, a small increment makes a world of a difference in the life of that student. So why not take it? And dramatic social benefit by decreasing inequality. Everybody becomes equal in getting marks. Amphetamine increases the dopamine adrenal in the prefrontal cortex. Psychostimulants employed to boost cognition in military, to decrease fatigue, to improve alertness. So why not we use the drugs to enhance our brain function? Now, arguments against the enhancement are the ethical concerns. Why you should not take it? Parents were questioned and asked, should you give it to your children, these enhancing drugs, to enhance their performance in the examination? They said no. Since it has got side effects, we do not want our children to have that. Now, the ethical concerns for these are, one, those with more resources will have a greater access to these drugs. So you find unequal. Then pressure will occur. When everybody takes it, why not I too take it? Is it? Health risks are there, long-term consequences are there of these drugs have got side effects. Then vulnerable children and individuals who are with cognitive impairment, they are vulnerable people. Inadequate regulation could lead to widespread misuse, black market sales, could exacerbate the societal inequities. Dignity and human nature. Enhancing human abilities, ladies and gentlemen, through drugs could undermine the inherent dignity of human beings by treating them as objects, to be optimized rather than individuals with intrinsic value. So, you should have the solutions for these. Strict regulation, strict regulatory oversight by health authorities, public education, these are the things in fact to be done. Now, the other one is neuromarketing. So, I finished up memory dampening, and I also want to get touched upon the pharmacological enhancement, the cosmetic pharmacology, which is very rampant now, and neuromarketing. This is again yet another very important field where your brain is getting manipulated. It's a study of how consumers' brain react to marketing. using both medical and scientific technical tools. So an advertisement, you respond. How do you respond to that advertisement? You are manipulating the human brain. There are several diagnostic tools that in fact can be employed to study the brain activity and understand the consumer behavior. Functional magnetic resonance imaging can in fact, you find certain areas of the brain get lit, the reward center or whatnot. So you'll know how the brain is reacting when you see a particular product. EEG, they have found patterns get changed. Eye tracking methods have been used, how your brain reacts when you see a particular product. And accordingly, you can sell the product. Galvanic skin response. Studies have shown potential for assessing emotional responses when you see a product. Facial coding. Levinsky et al. Said you can predict your emotional response by looking at the facial coding. PET scan shows evidence of the branch strength, influence brain activity in areas associated with emotional and identity processing. And you know, what are the ethical aspects when you study the brain? There's number one is violation of your privacy. Privacy of your thoughts are being invaded, number one. Two, neuromarketing studies influence purchasing decisions could be seen as a form of manipulation, reducing the consumer's ability to make a choice. So your autonomy gets violated. Autonomy means I make a decision, I am responsible for the decision, I have to be respected for my decision. Okay? I understand the decision that I may make and I respect you, and that is autonomy. Okay, that gets violated. Lack of informed consent. Many neuromarketing studies do not adequately inform participants about the nature and purpose of the research, leading to concerns about informed consent. There is a potential for exploitation when it concerns vulnerable people. Transparency and honesty. Neuromarketing techniques often do not disclose the extent to which they use these methods. Concerns about transparency and honesty. So, the ethical concerns which can be solved with a greater transparency, stricter regulations, framework to protect autonomy and privacy, to respect the rights of the individuals, and the psychological well-being. So these are also one area where you find your brain is getting manipulated. Memory dampening. The second one is cosmetic pharmacology, enhancement of the drug, and then of course neuromarketing. The other one is the deep brain stimulation for Parkinson's disease, and for some of the psychiatric arrangements we do that. It's a neurosurgical procedure used to treat various neurological and psychiatric conditions by electrically stimulating specific areas of the brain. And here, sometimes informed consent, the consent of the person when you do it, they may not be able to give. They may be possibly demented, or they may be having other associated illnesses of the brain. Then, Schubach et al., they found that there are significant changes in personality and emotional states once after the deep brain stimulation is being done. And there are side effects. Look at this: hemorrhage, infection, lead migration, misplacement, breakage, speech disturbances, memory impairment, aggression, hypomania. These are some of the side effects that have been reported in the literature. So this produces harm. Article 3 of UNESCO Declaration of Bioethics. Some of them have impaired swimming skills. This has been studied by some. And here, it's a very important thing. After DBS, some patients do feel, I don't feel like myself. I feel like a robot. I feel like an electric dog. So these are also some of the side effects that have been reported. Equity and access, only high cost, it's available only in specialized centers, so you may not get it. The other one is the long-term changes after DBS, it is said that it is reversible. But many of the times we find sometimes it is irreversible. Okay? So these are the ethical concerns, especially harm can be done. Article 4 of UNESCO Declaration of Bioethics. Now, if a patient's behavior is altered by the deep brain stimulation, the patient, it raises ethical questions about who is responsible. Is it the patient? Is it the medical team? Or the technology itself? So that's about the ethical aspects of these. Now I go on to the ethics of neuroscience. Now neuroscience is ethics. How do we decide? What is the decision in the brain? Who decides all this in the brain? All these ethical aspects. Who am I? Who are you? What are these? How these questions are not being answered. how the decisions made in the brain, how the values represented, how the ethical reasoning is done. Do emotion play a central role in cognition? How the brain creates consciousness. All of us are scratching our head even today. Where the conscious center is located. What makes a person who you are? Personality traits, abilities, likes and dislikes. See? And I don't draw brain through what it is in the frontal cortex, frontal lobe. You're looking normal after it was removed, but there were certain personality changes. That led to psychosurgery and subsequently brain health. Okay? Now, in this neuroscience of ethics, I like to tell you about consciousness. Where is it located in the brain? Even today, there's a lot of debates going on. And you find philosophers, like that, that film there, like you see that slide, are scratching their head even today to find out the center for consciousness. Okay? Now, the neural correlate, this is the first time fMRI was done to note that. Unconscious patients were taken and they did find 36 patients with brain cell lesions, 12 of them in coma, 24. They found the dorsolateral pontine area was damaged. fMRI also correlated with it. Okay, this was what arousal. You get alert. Then arousal. Then consciousness has got two components: arousal and awareness, the content. So arousal and content. It's awareness. Awareness of self and awareness of the environment. And that is what the definition of consciousness is. So this is one. The other one is isocortex. The brain surface, 3 mm only. You know, you've got 86 billion cells, which has been counted by Susanna Brain, that is Brazilian neuroscientist. Out of the 86 billion, 50 to 60% are in the cerebellum. It is not considered in the consciousness. Now, consciousness in isocortex, you've got bidirectional connection. That is very strong in the isocortex. That is very strong in the thalamus. Thalamus and what you can say the cortex. This is what has been said: the feet forward, the feet backward. Now, even in AI, initially it was only feet forward, input, weight, hidden layers, output. Now there is a back propagation also. The feet backward has been done currently in the AI technique, in the artificial neural network. So, this is the is a consciousness located all over the brain. All the sensations, they go up, ascending reticular activating system, goes to the reticular nucleus of the thalamus and reach all over the cortex and you become aware now. But the feet backward also is very essential. So isocortex and the thalamus are very, very important. They are very strong. Not that others are not having bidirectional connection, but these have been found to be very, very strong. Now you can see here the orange color of the brain. That is the association center. The posterior parieto-temporal cortex is the receiver of the sensation, from the vision, from the audition. This has connections to the prefrontal cortex and the premotor. And that's where your conscious experience lies. It has been found. That is where the conscious experience. Colostrum, the grey matter situated outside the hippocampus, that green color, has also got intricate connections with this conscious center. So conscious please bands claims that the brain is continuously and unconsciously learning to re-describe its own activity to itself, and these descriptions form the basis of conscious experience. So that is the neuroscience of ethics. I just really touched upon and scratched the surface of neuroscience of ethics. There is a lot more to it. Who am I? Who are you? What is free will? What is personal identity? There is so much of it descriptions to be done. Ethical concept, which is in the study. So ethics of neuroscience, neuroscience of ethics. Ethics of neuroscience, neuroscientific studies, as well as the brain-machine interface. Neuroscience of ethics is about the consciousness per se. Now, plasticity, adaptivity of the cells to newer environment. This is a class example. You can see here. The London City cab drivers, intense training nuances of London, 30 different routes, 25,000 individual streets, 20,000 landmarks. They are made to train. They are made to train. And you see that in the hippocampus, you find this is the area of hippocampus that is lit up there. You find it is enlarged. That means your brain is plasticity, means nothing but adaptability to the newer environment of the cells. So that is about the ethics And there's a new, people think of neuroscience and neuroscience, and at least last 5 or 8 minutes, I'll be dwelling on hybrid intelligence. Exactly what our initial panel discussion we had, Hybrid intelligence. Now, hybrid intelligence means humans augmenting AI. Humans creating the AI, refining it. At the same time, the machines augment the human intelligence. So human augmented AI and AI augmented human intelligence. This is exactly what is hybrid intelligence. Each one complementing the other. Because we are the people, humans are the people creating the computers and trying to refine it. So we are super intelligent when compared to AI. Understand that? Now, human augmented AI, I told you, augmented human intelligence, I told you, and where hybrid intelligence starts. Let us see some examples of human augmented AI. Radiology, Dr. Mohan was telling here about radiology. The still it is created, all these CT scan, MRI, and whatnot. I have witnessed all those developments. Now here, you see, AI algorithms can analyze the medical images. Radiologists use these and they are able to diagnose diseases. Very soon, ladies and gentlemen, the field of radiology and the field of pathology will be invaded like anything by AI. And they will have to be replaced. That is what you will see, the future of AI. Electronic health records. AI can sift through these vast amounts of patient data. And doctors then review these suggestions. Fraud detection. AI systems can analyze the transaction data. And what you get investment advisory. Again, they advise humans. Customer support. They advise humans. Legal services today. Lawyers do not want searching for every book. They can just go to net and get all the details. Okay? So that is the way it has enhanced the productivity, accuracy, decision making, while humans proving oversight, context, and ethical judgment. Augmented human intelligence. What are some of the examples? A lot of them which are using day to day. Augmented human intelligence. That means smart glasses, fitness trackers, real-time translation devices, augmented reality translation apps, AR for education, AR in retail. The whole education is going to change with the advent of virtual reality. All of us are going to wear glasses and see exactly what's happening. The way teaching is going to occur, whole revolution is going to occur with the advent of VR. Voice activated assistant, which every one of you know about it. Adaptive learning systems, language learning apps. All these are augmenting the AI. Both human augmented AI and AI augmented human, you do find ethical concerns are there. Now, what are those ethical concerns? In the panel discussion, they highlighted a little bit of that. Number one is privacy. Your data is on the net or in the web, you find anybody can gain access into it. They say encryption, that encryption is being done, but there is no encryption and no secrets at all. You find, okay? Good. You see here a researcher's laptop containing health data of 2,500 subjects who were participating in a clinical trial conducted by National Institute of Health was hacked. Completely hacked. National Institute of Health DNA profiles of 60,000 patients were removed because it was found that it was not anonymous as thought. So you can't say encrypted and therefore it is safe. We are in a different air actually. Here you see WannaCry, ransomware attack, a global cyber attack, sophisticated hacking tools that crippled the National Health Service, hit the international courier delivery. Service companies like FedEx and infected more than 3 lakh computers in 150 countries. So, targets in the health sector, hospital services, diagnostic tools, wearables, all can be infected with a software, viruses, Trojan horses or worms that use for against the patient's privacy and health. Finlay and Son, I have a few more slides, I'll finish it now. Finlay, Son et al. Have shown that in recent publication that systems output can completely be changed so that it classifies on malware and malignant with 100% confidence by making a small change in the input. They were telling that radiology will give 100% sensitivity and all that. No. If the data is wrong, a malware, a malignant mole will be very good, they can change it. In fact, for example, I went for a CT scan maybe about a year ago. I had severe pain in the head. I did my scan and came out and suddenly I found
In the occipital lobe, there was a big white shadow. Oh my God, it's a tumor. What is this? Then I asked him. Suddenly he looked at, oh my God, I didn't change the configuration. So he changed the configuration. I took another picture. The CT scan was normal. I did not believe that. I did another CT scan center and took another picture. It was normal. So I tell you, with little configuration changes, you can have a tumor in your brain. So think twice. If there is an abnormal lesion in your brain, please go and have another scan done, another center. Okay, good. Now, the other concern is privacy and data. I told you for that, data minimization, encrypted, that's a solution. Transparent data policies. Bias, already we have discussed both. The moment you put an input, blacks over whites, or males over females, you find the output will also be the same. Discrimination will occur. So, human in the loop is very important. Accountability. Who is accountable? Suppose an accident occurs, an unmanned vehicle. Is it the vehicle, or the manufacturer, or the driver who is sitting inside? You find in May 2016, a 40-year-old Joshua Brown died when his Tesla Model S collided with a truck where autopilot was engaged in Florida. An investigation by the National Highways and Transport Safety Agency found that the driver and not Tesla were at fault. However, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration later determined that both autopilot and overlays by the motorist on Tesla's driver were to be blamed. So, if you are sitting in a car, means you are the Damokles's sword. And let us see in the medical field or surgical field, a study into the safety of surgical robots is linked. The machines used to at least 144 deaths and more than 1,000 injuries over a 14 period in US with robo surgeries. The events included broken instrument, electrical sparks causing tissue burns, system errors. The report notes that the figure represents a small proportion of the total number of robotic procedures, but however, mistakes, errors can occur. They can produce harm. Accountability. Therefore, you must have clear guidelines as who is accountable. Now, the manufacturer is held responsible, actually. And explainability. That is, input, weight, hidden layer, output. What is happening in the hidden layer? Nobody knows. It has to be explained. Okay? That's very important. Autonomy, I already told you about it. Social subject job displacements can occur. So therefore, these are some of the conclusions for the ethical solutions further. Regulation and oversight, government should have several tricks for the privacy regulations. Ethical design should be such that the computers have to be designed ethically, public engagement and public education to be given, and equitable access for everyone. So these are some of the solutions, and I have been talking about, regulation. This is the last slide. Now, where are these regulations? You find there are so many regulations, Montreal regulation, the Asiloma principle regulations, Japanese society regulations, and the latest is the European parliamentary regulation, and we have in the ICMR 10 guideline principles for AI 2023. Now, what are those 10 guidelines? Guideline number 1, autonomy to be respected. Guideline number 2 is minimize the risk, whatever it be. Okay? Number 3 is in fact data privacy. Number 4 is trustworthiness. That is, every data should be explainable. You should know what it is before you go in for the research. The other one is accountability and transparency to be made. The other one is optimization of the data. That means there is no bias. And the other is collaboration. And then of course will be non-discrimination and validity. These are the 10 principal guidelines laid out by the ICMR 2023, and you can actually go ahead and read all these, because now it is coming up in a very big way. Hereafter, to create an AI tool will not be all that easy. In fact, we have to go under these guidelines. The ethics committee with a magnifying lens will be looking into all this, and then only they will give the green signal. However, when you look into all this of the ethical aspects, of AI, the UNESCO Declaration of Bioethical Principles ultimately matches the law. You must uphold the dignity, article number 3. Article number 4, you should have more benefit rather than harm. Article number 5,
The autonomy has to be respected and the consent. Article number 8, protecting of the integrity and vulnerability. And Article number 9, privacy and confidentiality has to be kept. Article number 10, justice, equality and equity has got to be maintained. And Article number 11, we find non-discrimination should be there. Article number 12, justify or respect the cultural diversity and pluralism. And then of course 13, solidarity. 14 is social responsibility for everybody. And 15 is sharing of the benefits. And 17 is protecting the future generation. And that forms the underlying sustainability. Sustainability is nothing but meeting the present needs without compromising the needs of the future generation or ability of the future generation to meet their needs. And that is what sustainability is all about. That is why protecting the future generation and then protecting the environment. All these will be maintained from Article number 3 to Article number 17. Well, that's in brief, ladies and gentlemen, on neuroethics, hybrid intelligence and artificial AI, ethical concerns and some solutions, I have told you. I also highlighted various ethical concerns and the newer regulations laid out by Indian Council of Medical Research 2023. Thank you very much for a patient listening.
The session is now open for discussion. Any questions?
Advising children to see cartoons.
And children see cartoons. If you tell them not to see, will they see or not? Yes, this is a very big question. The more you get dependent on AI, the more your free thinking and decision making goes off. That is why it is said when you create AI tools, you should see that the human is there to every moment of being developed so that you create the decision and not the AI, so that you won't get dependent on that. But there is no harm. I feel the children of today are much intelligent than what we were. Okay? I think when it is all this, the young dynamic doctors will agree. That is because of AI. Any suggestions anybody would like to make? Professor? Doctor? Okay, good.
Those days when we were doing schooling, we used to do multiplication, divisions, everything by our own using brain. But nowadays everybody is using the calculators and computers, you know. So is it affecting their inbound thinking?
Yes, by all means affects.
Is it good for future or what?
I think, it is like human augmenting AI and AI augmenting human intelligence. Now, if you look into the human intelligence, it's a multi-dimensional. You have got thinking, understanding, reasoning, learning, memory, creativity, communication. Then you have adaptability, intuition, so many things are there. If you take up the machines which we humans have created, and the machines, if you look into, they have, everything has gone, but only thing, empathy, emotion, creativity. Creativity also has surpassed. Emotion, intuition has not been surpassed so far. So I feel, it is an add-on. I don't think we can do away with it. But it is up to you to kindle your brain. The more you kindle your brain, your connections start setting. This has been found even in elderly age people. They have studied. And that parietal association area, which I told you, conscious experience, that is thick when compared to the other areas of the brain. As well as the density connections are very much in that particular area. That is the area for conscious experience. I think, kindle the brain. Don't be an addict to that particular and do away with what the computer says. That is why he was talking about AI hallucinations, that they can make mistakes. For example, ChatGPT. If you go into ChatGPT itself will tell this information is not real time, they are actually taking that away, which is already being trained and kept into it. You see, on certain patterns are giving you the answers. So ChatGPT can go wrong. Be careful about it.
Particular incident
But it definitely augments human intelligence, AI. No doubt about that.
Only one more question, sir. One particular patient had raised IgE and they showed allergy, pruritus. The doctor was treating him.
What is it?
IgE, immunoglobulins, E, IgE, and urticaria. The artificial intelligence is diagnosed only pure urticaria, but the artificial intelligence that showed he has got pancreatic carcinoma because it was correlating so many factors, data, and finally the diagnosis was
what has been fed into the computer? Did you do a CT scan of the abdomen?
Yeah, finally it turned out to be a carcinoma of pancreas.
That is where, in fact, I tell you what the Dr. Mohan and radiologist, we were discussing. He said, I told him, radiology, that is CT scan, MRI, all things has revolutionized the diagnostic armament base, the whole medical field, most of neuroscience. For your kind information, I'll just take 5 minutes. I finished my MBBS, I was doing my MD in general medicine. At that time, I was doing angio to study the brain. When I was doing DM neurology, the first PET scanner in the whole of India came down to the Institute of Neurology in Hospital. And you have seen taking short photos, diagnosis was so simple. Then came the MRI when I started doing MCH neurosurgery. Rapid changes were occurring, and that is why I'm going ahead like that. To keep pace with those changes. And you find MRI can do it. MRI gets the whole aspect in the posterior part of the brain, you see so beautifully. No myograms, nothing. So it is simplified the diagnosis. We have to rely on that. There's no doubt about it. And if a scan has picked up something there, the factor, you have to give significance for it. It is an add-on. Of course, we have to interpret whether it is right or not, here correlate with the clinical finding. If I take by MRI cervical spines, I find there are a lot of spondylotic changes will be there. To anybody beyond the age of 50. But then you see the picture, you examine the patient, is it correlating or not? Otherwise, you will not give significance to that. Understood? So in this case, it is significant that he had a cancer pancreas. It is significant. It's an add-on, it's an additive. It augments the human intelligence. No doubt about it. Yes?
It's a wonderful discussion, sir. Thanks a lot for the nice interpretation, sir. Thank you.
As we come to the close of this insightful keynote session, I would like to express a heartfelt appreciation to Dr. K. Girish for his enlightening presentation on neuroethics, hybrid intelligence and AI. Now I request Kanmani Sir, Professor and HOD, Department of Ophthalmology, ACS MCH, to felicitate Dr. K. Girish.
சார் கொஞ்சம் கீழே உட்காந்துக்கணும் சார் மொபைல் வச்சுருக்குங்க கொடுங்க.
I request Sukumar Sir, Medical Director ACS MCH, to felicitate our chairpersons. Thank you so much, sir. We now move on to keynote session 5, a pragmatic approach to biomedical ethics in 21st century by Dr. K. R. Sevaraman, sir. I invite The chairpersons for the session, Dr. Rajneesh, Principal and Professor and HOD of Community Medicine, ACS Medical College and Hospital, and Dr. Kanman, Professor and HOD, Department of Ophthalmology, ACS Medical College and Hospital. I request the chairperson to welcome the keynote speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome again for the keynote session on pragmatic approach to biomedical ethics in 21st century by Dr. P.R. Sithiraman sir. As we are going through this complex modern healthcare, we are also facing the ethical dilemma, particularly rapid advancement in medical sector. And this pragmatic approach is emphasizing on the flexibility and the real world applicability of the ethical decision making. And this approach also taking care of the rapid advancement in the technology like AI, genomics and telemedicine, which are presenting the various unique ethical dilemmas and challenges we are facing. Now I request Dr. Karnani sir to just introduce our speaker.
Thank you, sir. Today, our topic, pragmatic approach to biomedical ethics in 21st century. The dignitary going to address this topic is Professor K.R. Sethiraman, who is a luminary in the field, and he has held various academic positions at Chitman, including senior resident lecturer in all the academic positions and director and professor of internal medicine, spanning from 1972 to 2006. He later served as senior professor and dean at AST University, Malaysia, 2006 to 2013, and he also took on the additional role of Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Internal Affairs 2007 to 2013. From 2013 to 2018, Dr. Sethiraman served as Vice Chancellor of Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth, Puducherry. In 2023, he was appointed Endowed Chair at Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth. He also holds the title of Professor of Emeritus of Medicine at AIMS, University, Malaysia, and an honorary lifetime post awarded during the university's 14th convocation. He has an extensive publication record with over 44 PubMed references articles, more than 40 invited papers, and over 75 presentations at conferences and workshops across India, South Africa, Sri Lanka, and Thailand. Dr. Sethiraman is also author of 10 books across various genres, including medical education, and holds more than 16 copyrights. We are very much proud to have you in our list, sir. I invite you to elaborate on that.
First of all, I should thank the organizing team of Ethos 6, especially Dr. Geeta Lakshmi. She said that you've been away from India for too long, you must come and address physically one of the meetings. So I close the group, a topic close to my heart. That is medical ethics, which I learned in 1986. And we are teaching undergraduates and postgraduates since 1993, that is over 30 years. And as a part of orientation program. And when she said it's a high-level meeting and some foreign dignitaries are coming, I just blurted out, I speak on pragmatic ethics, its relevance in 21st century, without even knowing if there is a word like pragmatic ethics in dictionary. It just came out of my subconscious. But I usually, whatever I read many years ago, stays in the dormant mind and comes out when somebody pushes me. So I thank Dr. Geeta Lakshmi for doing that. And then I recollected that I have in my diary quite a few examples of pragmatic ethics which I faced in before days. I'm not going to talk of AI or telemedicine and all that. Mine is very, very pragmatic, down to earth, practical ethics that anyone can practice even in primary health center. Okay, so with that, this tie is very special. The top one is from Ames University, Malaysia, where I am a professor emeritus. The bottom is the current chair of medical education in Balaji, India. So I have a dual role. I teach online 3 days a week. Okay, so with that, there is no need to click any of the slides. You can download the whole PowerPoint by scanning this QR code. So if anyone is interested, please scan and download so that you don't have to keep clicking repeated shots. Okay, thank you. We move on. So first of all, whenever we talk about ethics, this is a basic dilemma people have. What is the difference between legality, ethicality and morality? So, very simply put, legal is what society accepts as good and bad. So that varies from nation to nation, society to society and community to community. Then ethical is what a body of professionals say is a desirable and undesirable act. And the third is morality, which is personal. If there are 100 of us sitting in this hall, 100 different versions of personal morality will be there based on values and norms which we have in our own family, our own inner circle. So therefore, to make it crystal clear, I shall give an example. Till 1970, terminating pregnancy was illegal in India till 1971. So forensic autopsies revealed that almost a million, 10 lakh women were either getting moribund, sick and dying, or dying on the table with illegal abortions. This was presented to Indira Gandhi when she was Prime Minister, and she said, "You must bring an act and change this situation." So they made Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act in 1971. It is available on net, you can download it. So what was illegal in 1970 became legal in December 1971 when the act was passed in Parliament. Then Federation of Obstetrics and Gynecology, FOBC, and the Indian Medical Association in the next general body meeting in 1972, they said it is ethical to do medical termination of pregnancy. So in 1972 it became ethical. It became legal in December 71. But even now, some of my friends refuse to take part in conducting medical termination of pregnancy. They refer to their friends who do not mind. Because personal morality or religious reasons they think they will not do it. So that is the difference between legal, ethical and moral. I hope that is made clear. So if that is done, then we move on to the other one. This is also 3. Knowledge, ethics and skills on the foundation of basic sciences creates Indian medical graduates. And that is the vision of National Medical Commission. And that is supposed to give the clinical practice as IMG or Indian medical graduate. So, but distortions can occur if there is no all-round training. A person can become knowledgeable but without any practical skill. If there is no skill, then it is incompetence. Incompetence doesn't enter the ethical domain at all because incompetence is also unethical. Okay. Then person can have ethics and knowledge but can be without ethics. We call them unscrupulous professionals. So these are some of the variations or distortions that can happen due to training that is not holistic. Holistic development of knowledge, ethics and skills, that should be the aim of medical colleges and health professional institutions. And ethics is not something that you debate and say that who is the winner of the debate and give a prize and or laugh about it, like many TV debates that are going on. Everything is laughable and they convert to comedy. It's not like that. It is standards of conduct based on what is right and what is wrong, and we should be able to discuss distinguish between right and wrong. Sometimes it is difficult, that's why it causes dilemma. Then finally take action on the right path. So it is an action concept and not a simple idea to just argue and forget about it. So before coming to pragmatic ethics, which is based on other principles which preceded them, one of the newer principles is pragmatic ethics. Natural law is a very old one. That is, what is natural is right and what is unnatural is wrong. So many religious beliefs and dogmas are based on this natural law. Then categorical imperative means whatever is, regardless of the outcome, some acts are always wrong. So that is the basic tenet of categorical imperative. So third one is utilitarianism. So there it says it is outcome based. It is opposite of categorical imperative. Whatever is of greatest benefit is most ethical. So it takes that part. For next one is egoism that many of us practice in India. My ego matters most. So it is my decision, my brain, my pleasure, first and foremost. Then existentialism. Here the existentialists don't believe in supernatural controls. So they say we are accident in nature. We have been born from cosmos and we live our life and die. There is nothing like pre-world and nothing like post-world. There is no soul. So they emphasize on individual freedom, authentic behavior of oneself, and personal responsibility and accountability. And the other one is recent feminist movement also created a separate kind of feminist ethics. Basically, it means caring and protecting, like maternal, like a mother nurtures babies and the children. Feminist ethics is caring and protecting the vulnerable. And the other one is pragmatic ethics. So what is this all about? This was created by 3 American philosophers, and they said true ethical things should be based on pragmatism. Pragmatism should be practical, workable, beneficial and useful. These are the 4 criteria. Supposing there is a patient sitting in front of you or a clinical decision has to be made, you decide what is practical, what is workable, what is beneficial and what is useful to the client, and then it is ethically right. So it's a very simple ethical dogma or tenet based on pragmatism. I'll give an example to make it more concrete. Scenario is 5 o'clock. You have to reach ACS hospital, labor room for delivery, and in Punamalli High Road you have a red light junction somewhere. And then at 5 a.m. there is hardly any traffic. So in red light you have to stop. But since the other 3 roads are free, so you have a dilemma. Should I drive through red light to save time and reach the lady about to deliver on time? Or should I wait and be a good citizen of India, a law-abiding citizen? So that is this. So what do you think should pragmatic ethics do? So pragmatic ethics is achieve good outcome, and because it is practical, it is workable, it is beneficial, it is useful, because you are not harming anyone. By the way, utilitarian ethics also maximize benefit and happiness is similar. But there is a difference between these two. I will explain later. You remember this picture. So features of pragmatic ethics is focus on calm, workable, pragmatic action. So pragma means action. So it is action focused ethics. And it is tolerant to all other things like feminist ethics, deontological ethics, and natural law based ethics, and all that. It is not intolerant, it tolerates everything, but if it yields workable solution that is practical, it is acceptable. Then we come to this previous picture. Utilitarian also goes through the red light and pragmatist also goes through the red light, but utilitarianism does it moral worth of an action, greatest amount of benefit to greatest number of people. Whereas pragmatism is practical, workable, beneficial, useful. So in the same picture which I showed earlier, just imagine instead of all the three other roads being empty, one elderly man is riding a bicycle to collect morning milk at 5 o'clock and he has got a green light, he is driving through. And you are stopping with the red light here. And he is driving so slow, you know that by the time he crosses that, your red light will automatically become green. So, if you are a pragmatic ethics, what will you do? And if you are utilitarian ethics, what will you do? So, if you are utilitarian ethics, you will say that if I drive, there is a chance that I hit the old man and he will get injured or die. But there is only one line. But if I reach this woman who's got a baby inside, 1 or 2 maybe, so 2 or 3 lines will be saved in the labor book. So if you blindly apply utilitarian ethics, you will drive through the red light, even at the risk of hitting the elderly person on the bicycle. But a pragmatic ethics is not like that. It will say what is the outcome. If I go now, I am likely to hit the elderly man and cause injury. And moreover, I will get imprisoned and charged because cameras are catching everything. And so by delaying 1 minute, there is no great harm. This lady will still deliver. It's not that she is going to die. So therefore, pragmatic ethics will apply brakes and wait for the elderly man to cross. If he crosses and the road is free, then even if it is red light, pragmatist will go. But he will not drive like that, which moralist drives and say, I killed 1 life to save 2 lives. So that is a difference between utilitarianism and pragmatism. Pragmatism is always practical and very using common sense as the guidepost. And when pragmatic ethics is applied to clinical decision, it is called clinical pragmatism. It is one and the same. I am using different words because when you Google search, you will get all these papers. Many are very interesting papers are there. So what it says is human civilization has evolved. Just in the predecessors talk we had so much of new advances. So the old moral truth may not apply in 21st century. Like for example, life support system can prolong life in states of intolerably poor quality. So we are only delaying death, we are not prolonging life. So therefore, physicians' oath to preserve life has been modified, even in Hippocratic oath, and living will declaration has come in many countries. So passive euthanasia has become an ethical option, monitored in many countries now, whereas earlier it was unethical. So clinical pragmatism rests on 2 pillars. One is evidence-based medicine, solid scientific evidence-based medicine, that is pragmatic method of inquiry. What can I do to the patient based on best available evidence and problem solving? And second is democratic model of shared decision making. Discuss the options with the patients and then make a shared decision. So now we go to case number 2. So in deontological ethics, rule-based ethics, abortion in whatever form is unethical because it is an evil act. But in pragmatic ethics, in specific instances, it is practical, it is workable, it is beneficial, even to the unborn baby, and useful to the welfare of family and community. Then where is the dilemma? Is there any dilemma at all in aborting a deformed fetus? There is, because where does deformity, where does a pragmatist decide whether deformities justify MTP and which do not? I will give 2 extremes. Anencephaly. Anencephaly is an extreme form. You know that the baby will be brain dead virtually and will die. Even if it is born alive, it will die soon after. So that can be aborted. But Down syndrome is also deformed, but it doesn't deserve to be removed by MTP. So therefore, where do we draw the line? So that is where this pragmatic ethics sometimes needs more laboratory-based data or ethical committee advice on what to do. So clinical pragmatism in action, I will give a third case scenario. This is a real case I saw in sometime in about 40 years back, it's 1985 or 86. This is our press manager. He was working with my patient with stable angina for many years. I said you must go to Chennai. Those days only available in Chennai. Go and get operated in Chennai. You need CABG because you got quite limiting angina. But those days in mid-80s, mortality was only 5% mortality was acceptable. So when I said that, he said, if I go and get operated, I have a chance of 1 in 20 of dying. That is not acceptable. My doctor is about to be married. I have to settle her in life. Then I will be free. But till then, it is not acceptable. So then what do we advise him? According to evidence-based medicine, he is not triple vessel disease, he must get operated. But he doesn't want to get operated until doctor has settled. So holistic analysis of the case we have to do. This is stable angina and I looked at 5-year mortality. It was 5-year survival was 86 or 85%. So 15% chance of dying over the next 5 years against sudden cardiac death, so within 30 days of operating immediately. So he has to weigh the balance. So I discussed with him, these are the options you have to. Then he was very clear, no, surgery is not option. You give me whatever medicine I will take. And so we took a joint decision and said, I recorded in the case study that advised that this is a joint decision. And fortunately, he survived for the next 3 years on intense medicine. Only I was having sleepless nights. And I get a call that he got a MI. And then once his daughter got married, he was retiring in 4 years. Then he came and asked me for a referral letter. If I retire, I may not have the benefits. Let me go and get operated now. So 6 months before retirement, he got operated. He is 97 years old, still alive in Delhi. Still alive in Delhi. So clinical pragmatism works because it is action oriented, it is evidence based, and the pros and cons we can discuss frankly with the patient or relatives and take a decision so that our conscience is clear at a later date. I record everything on the case record so that even if I am having sleepless night, I will not be held to court by surviving daughter and all. So it is a normative science aligned with evidence-based medicine and a DBMS based on past experience, outcome as the starting point. Rejection of moral absolutes. All evaluations are morality. Patient wants to be alive to see that his daughter is married and settled down. It is wish. So you just go by raw data. What is the survival rate? What is the risk rate of whatever intervention or non-intervention? And it is actionable into evidence-based practice. And it is based on research evidence and search for truth. It's open to error and refutation. But if a patient comes today and seeks the same advice, I won't give the mid-80s advice. 40 years have passed, mortality rate is different, morbidity rate is different. Those days there was no PCI, now there is a PCI option, stenting option, where the risks are much less than open surgery. And those days it was not a beating heart surgery, so there are a lot of differences. So today's advice will be different. That's why I said it is 40-year-old advice. So it is open to error, reputation, modification, depending on where we are practicing and when we are practicing. Yeah, this is the last example, fourth case. This is also a real story. This is about 20 years old. An IT graduate from Chennai, 2004, wanted to know if she should add Ethos. That was a new drug at that time, 20 years back. In some corporate hospital, it was advised as new experimental drug which will be added to the father's cancer he was in the same standard regiment. Family was middle class with no big assets. This is case analysis. 16-week course with medicine at that time was 6 lakhs. And the girl said if needed, she will mortgage their apartment to raise about 5 other souls. So what can we advise her? What do we tell her? You kill your father, don't give extra lesson. Or say that you sell the house and take care of your father. So go by evidence-based medicine. I looked at published literature. I also didn't know about the average survival at that time was reported improved by 25% if you give a course of 16 weeks of this particular course. Bevacizumab versus 16 week course, 1 injection per week. And it only improved survival 25%. And without it, they live for 60 weeks on 5 years on standard regimen. Sorry, 60 weeks means 1 year and 8 weeks. 1 year, 2 months on standard regimen. And 1 year, 18 weeks. So it is not that it's curative. You give a 16-week course of bevacizumab, and that man is likely to be 16 weeks longer. So I told her, this is what happens. So I please discuss with your father whether mortgaging the house is worth, because without medicine he will live 1 year, 2 months. With this addition, he will live 1 year, is roughly plus or minus 18 weeks. Then naturally the father said, no, I don't want to leave my family bankrupt. I thought it's curative, that's why we asked. And they decided against. But fortunately for him, he actually lived about 72 weeks on standard regimen. And so this was my counseling advice. 60 weeks on standard care, 15 more weeks on mortgage money. Now you decide, or let us decide together. And we decided no experimental thing on not to waste money by mortgaging the house. So these are hard decisions and it causes a dilemma. The same person was a crorepati or had 20 acres of land and ancestral property. Then the story would have been different. They can sell off a portion of the land and probably the father can have a 4 months more longer life. So this is the advantage of clinical pragmatism or pragmatic approach to medical ethical practice. There is always a dichotomy of clinical problem solving based on pure research data, EBM, systematic review and meta-analysis data. And on the other hand, ethical thinking, what to do for this particular case. So this pragmatism gives a link, it bridges the gap, the last point, bridges the gap between ethical and clinical thinking, because based on evidence-based medicine and expected outcome, you can discuss the pros and cons and take a joint decision with the family. But is there any limitation of pragmatic ethics? Yes. If different people want different actions, supposing father says, I want to live 16 weeks, sell off the house, and I go to USA and get even more treatment if he doesn't mind giving the family bankrupt. If he wants that, then the family says, no, don't waste all the money, after you may be in the middle of the street. So then what happens? Sometimes, or the other way around, father may say, sacrifice, the children may say, no, spend any money, we want to take my life. When this kind of dilemma comes, then we are in little trouble. The patient wants one action, the caretakers want a third action, and we advise action. So sometimes, and second limitation is virtues and values for pragmatists are social constructs. So cross-cultural criticism is not possible. If you don't believe, you just look Google search cannibalism and famine, you get several articles. And there is a severe famine which India has not seen after 1970 because of Great Revolution. But before that, when a particular society has nothing to eat, they were eating children. So then they found it unethical to kill one child. Certain societies, certain regions in China and certain regions in Africa, what they did is they exchanged the children. I'll give you a 5-year-old child, you give me a 5-year-old child. So because other children you don't mind killing. So children used to be consumed. So that people at reproductive age, they survive and they can procreate and produce more children once the family is over. So that was a pragmatic, considered acceptable decision for the society those days in that era. But how can we pass pragmatism in 18th and 17th century or even the early part of 20th century is no longer acceptable in 21st century. So therefore, these are limitations. We can't pass judgment based on today, what happened 100 years back. So-called cancel culture. I am woke person. It has got no meaning. You can be woke in 21st century, but when you face a famine, these are harsh realities people have to say. Woke judgment passing in cancel culture of previous centuries happening is not really valid if you use this pragmatic. Okay? Then it can lead to some fallacies. I will only talk about the third one, rationalization. Subjectivism and positivism is a difficult concept. I need a 2-hour workshop to explain that. So I will skip them with your permission. Go to rationalizing. Many people think that rational and rationalize mean the same thing. It's a common error. You rationalize the prescription. Many pharmacologists say that is wrong. Rational prescription means it is evidence-based, reason-based prescription. Rationalized prescription means visual thinking. Visual thinking read into some writing. So, rationalizing is visual thinking and reasoning or rational is logical thinking. See, this lady doctor is asking the obese patient, why are you so overweight? Then she rationalizes. I have metal fillings in my teeth and the refrigerator magnet stuck there keeps pulling me to the fridge. And whenever she opens, she has to eat some ice cream, cake or something kept inside. That's why I can't lose weight. She blaming the dentist who has put some metal in her teeth. So classical rationalizing excuses. Is there any debate here from ACS Medical College or other colleges? The next 2 slides are dedicated to those who are in literary and debating society. 10 common fallacies of reasoning where you rationalize rather than be rational. Hasty generalization, false analogy, false causation, false authority, false dilemma, and ad hominem. That is the Latin word says attack the messenger. Instead of refuting the message, you attack them. You are a drunkard. I don't believe what you say. Right? So that kind of thing. Bandwagon. Because everybody else is doing it. It's done in USA, so therefore I will also do it. Slippery slope, red herring, and appeal to tradition. We always do that in this society, so it is we will only continue to do that, etc. I will only explain 3 with a cartoon. Researcher, pharmacology, drug researcher comes to excited because he has got positive data on efficacy of a drug and approaches his departmental head. First, he says bandwagon. The college, that research laboratory has decided they are going to talk against the drug so that the rival drug will get more market and more sales. So how does the boss say? Most people don't believe that the drug effect actually exists. Then, so that is bandwagon fallacy. But he resists. The researcher shows his data and says, my data says it is effective. Why should I go to popular opinion? This is hard science and all that. He argues. The next he goes to the next higher. No one in your tenure committee believes because he needs promotion next year, isn't it? So no tenure committee believes the drug effect exists. They think it is placebo. So this is false authority. They are only in charge of promoting or not promoting this person. They are not experts on a particular drug. So, false authority. Renewal committee is there, beware. So then he says, okay, this data looks a little bit of shaky. P value is just 0.05, it is not 0.001, something he will say. So he is a little flexible when authority falls authority. Then finally attacks him. Anyway, no one will take you seriously. You have been in rehabilitation before. You are a drunkard 10 years back. Why should anybody take your research seriously? So at the harmony. So this is what rationalizing people do. So pragmatic ethics can use these wrong tactics. So that is one of the fallacies. So we should be aware when pragmatic ethics is wrongly practiced by rationalizing rather than using valid reason. So therefore, let me sum up by saying these 8 steps are for pragmatic lyrical decision making, which is ethical and also evidence based. Find out the goals and expectations of the patient and the family. Get all the holistic details of the case. Empathize and clarify depending on what I gave you 3-4 examples. Formulate a dilemma which they need and then questions related to that. Analyze patient and relatives' perspectives, values and norms. The old man wants to wait until daughter gets married, that is his perspective. And look for alternatives that is feasible and not feasible and telling, okay, this is possible, this is not advisable, etc. Motivate them to make individual choices or joint decision making. And finally, address all the ethical concerns and reach an actionable decision which you protect into, you implement. So, it is a pragmatic ethics is a process oriented model and is a dynamic and interactive process of decision making and between clinicians and patients and between among healthcare team also. When we talk to in cancer tumor board meeting, we can use pragmatic ethics in tumor board meetings and clinical pathological conference rather to elevate it beyond science to more be humanistic. So it is up to the enlightened health professionals to adopt pragmatic ethics and avoid using paternalistic judgmental model of the previous century in the current century. So these are 3 references which you can download. And, thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Profound pragmatic talk. We are very much enlightened by that. And as I've been telling, once during comment and cannibalism was existing, they were exchanging African children with Indian children. Now in yesterday's newspaper, Namibia and Zambia, they are going to cull super tuskers to feed the population, the starving population. Is it pragmatic? By killing the super tuskers means the tusk weighs 50 kg each elephant. They are going to kill the elephants to feed the human beings. Maybe it is pragmatic that they have come down to elephants instead of killing the children. So, that way, pragmatism changes for very quickly. Somebody has highlighted various aspects and given us a very broad outlook regarding this adopting pragmatism in clinical practice. Thank you so much, sir. I invite questions from the audience regarding any doubts or any clarification.
Excuse me, sir. So regarding the ethical issues of anencephaly Down syndrome, you said, why can't we be more flexible? We can link to the parents' decision whether they want to have a child or not. Even a Down child to bring up is very difficult. So once the parents are not there, the child will be left alone. Of course, nowadays they have special schools. But still, I feel most of the time the blame is on the mother for having the child with deformity. father is, they just discard both his wife and the child. That happens even now. So why can't the law be more flexible? Let the parents decide whether to have the child or not. Why only Anantapalli can abort it? Why can't the Down syndrome child cannot abort it? That's my question.
I agree with you. I don't know what is the correct NTP Act with regard to Down syndrome, whether it is legal or illegal. I just raised two this because Down syndrome is relatively less, not like American, that is affected us. So that's not to put it. But I agree with you. Some parents don't want Down syndrome, so what to do? If it is legal, allowed within the NTP Act, then of course we can carry on. Sometimes practical advice from doctor no less than Dr. M.K. and his nephrologist, because in Tesco those days, 1970s and before he came to Apollo, it was in Bombay and Tesco, and young girl child was born with urogenital abnormality, where urine, cloaca was there, it got rectum and this vagina and urethra. So he said in India it cannot be corrected much. So let the child die. Don't he actually advised that passing euthanasia. No point in having to get up for health care later. But the father was said no. God has given this child and child is active and we are going to carry it. So whatever was available in those days, they did the intestinal toothbrush, urinary bladder, and all that. He said it's a temporary one. As she grows, we need patient surgery. So they did one when she was in pot, another one when she was in school, and later she got the All India rank and joined Hitler as my student. Then he was there and I Bombay said 4 divisions are already given. We can't do anything more here. We will go to USA. So going to USA is very difficult. They reach a lot of, they are just middle class women. Then I told her pragmatic ethics. You pass the easy economy and go to USA, all your problems will be solved. So she did that. She very good student. So she walked through USA meeting and then went to USA. Now she is professor of medical oncology in some university in US. He met me 3 months back. So what I mean is, but the story is there in the book Rita. I would have given a pseudonym as Nikki. My name is very close to that. So Nikki is the pseudonym I have given to the story. So these ethical dilemmas are there. I agree with the Dean's statement that we have to talk to the parents and take joint decision. In this case, they overrule the global national authority and then surveyed and the girl is successful.
Any more questions? As we conclude this thought-provoking keynote session, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to Dr. K.R. Sethuraman for his insightful presentation on a pragmatic approach to biomedical ethics in the 21st century. Dr. Sethuraman has brilliantly articulated the complexities and challenges we face in biomedical ethics today. His comprehensive insights have provided us with a deeper understanding of how to navigate ethical dilemmas in a rapidly changing healthcare landscape. We thank you, sir, for your insightful session. Now I request Dean Dr. Pretnavi Doliana, Dean of ACS to felicitate the keynote speaker and the chairpersons.
Thank you.
We request ma'am to felicitate the chairpersons. Chairperson Dr. Rajneesh Gupta, Professor and HOD of Community Medicine, ACS Medical College and Hospital. Dr. Kanmani, Professor and HOD, Department of Ophthalmology, ACS Medical College and Hospital. I thank the keynote speaker and the chairpersons. Thank you so much, sirs. We now move on to the next keynote section. Symphony Under the Knife, a hand movement by Dr. J.P. Jayalal, sir. The chairpersons for the session are Dr. Vijayalakshmi ma'am and Dr. J.K. ma'am. Dr. J.K. ma'am is the Professor and HOD of Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, ACS Medical College and Hospital. Dr. Vijayalakshmi ma'am, Professor, Obstetrics and Gynecology, ACS Medical College and Hospital. I request the chairperson to welcome the guest speaker.
I have great honor welcoming Dr. Jayalal, Dr. Secretary General, Commonwealth Medical Association 2024. Professor Jayalal is a post-graduate professor and head of department in general surgery, has been in academic field and also Indian Medical Association. Currently, he is also serving as Secretary General in Commonwealth Medical Association, having headquarters in UK, London. He has 56 Commonwealth countries, National Medical Association. He completed MBBS in 1990 in Government Medical College, Tirunelveli, and he did his general surgery from Stanley Medical College and diploma in laparoscopic surgery in Germany in 2001. The MBA in hospital administration from Canada in 2000. He is a postgraduate doctorate degree in surgery in India, MS and PhD, and also the prestigious FRCS, American College, and FACS and FICS. He has 65 index articles in journal surgery, contribution in 5 textbooks in surgery. He is also serving in member of Tamil Nadu Medical MGR University. He had passionately worked in promoting family medicine concepts in India and published internationally indexed family medicine textbooks. Currently, he is serving as National Coordinator of Bioethics in UNESCO. He is also a strong articulate leader in IMA. And he has immensely contributed to RNTCP and to Stop TB projects in India. Love your neighbor as you love yourself is his motto with the theme, what I am today is a gift of my God, and what I become tomorrow is my gift to God. I welcome you, sir, to your presentation. We are here to listen to Sir, who is going to talk to us about Symphony Under the Knife, AI and human touch in surgery. We both are obstetricians. Both of us thank the management and Ethos for giving us this opportunity. We are also eagerly waiting to listen to what you are going to say, sir. Because human touch we understand, AI is new to all of us or most of us here. And what is the symphony between the going to listen to? Let's see.
Thank you, chairpersons and distinguished professors, and my dear colleagues and the dean of this college and the respected speakers. I'm going to talk to you on this topic on symphony, the artificial intelligence and the human touch and how it is going to be there. We all know what is artificial intelligence. This is from the morning we are hearing about that. It is something like computer science, where the machines are created with things like, or this acts instead of the human beings. Similarly, we know what is the human touch. And the best example is, and Teresa has said that it is one thing which is world which is very fastly growing with a lot of newer things are coming in. We are losing the touch of the human touch. But the intention of today is how the advanced or the artificial intelligence and when the human touch are put together, and we will be able to get a good symphony of this. What is symphony? Which all of us know, it is a concert of the musical
language which is being written in a different way. It is a combination of a lot of instrumentation, a lot of music. It also has 4 parts which has in a different way it goes. And typically it is one of the orchestration of musical instruments to produce a good song. The maestro is a man who is controlling, coordinating all the instrument sounds, and so that he is able to make out the perfect things to the people. Similarly, the surgery is one field where we have nearly 4 parts. We have pre-operative, operative, intraoperative, post-operative, and rehabilitation. So all these are managed by a surgeon as a maestro, like a symphony, like we need to bring in all these things together and bring a perfect match. And how it is going to be done is we are going to talk, we are going to discuss about this time. Can you play it? This is a symphony which is happening with the surgery. This we know there's a lot of advancements in the surgery. It is a great surgery. Patient is waking up and surgery is being performed because he is a perfect flutist where he has a lot of tremors. With the tremor he is not able to play the musical instrument. But the surgeon is able to operate as the patient is playing that instrument and able to make a lot of things into the change in the life. So artificial intelligence itself is a great giant in technology. The human touch and the human feeling is another giant, and our manpower is the highest power. When these two get married, and definitely you will get a good symphony in the world. So melody of surgery, once played solely with the human orchestra, now finds itself accompanied by the new instrument, artificial intelligence. In an age where AI permeates every facet of our lives, its influence on surgery is no longer the futurist dissonance, but a harmony waiting to be composed. When this mastering of this AI and this is happening, and we are going to get a good symphony. But this to happen, a good symphony has to come out of the AI and the human touch. The few things has to also be there, and this is artificial intelligence, the new tool. Integration of artificial intelligence make the puzzle. The whoever is a master in the symphony and the surgeon is going to decide. Look at, can you play the mix me? You can check. I think so how you are going to extract the work, or what purpose you are going to extract the work, depends upon your team. But the actual teamwork is what they supporting each other. Next slide, please. Both of things, whether artificial intelligence and human touch, both has a difficulties, both has a pitfalls, both has a but when these two can join together, and definitely when we are making a team effort, we will be able to make a great outcome in the surgical council. So that is the intention of this talk, that it is not only the pure tiny part with who is right and who is wrong, and if we can put our hands together and rise together, and we will be able to make a great change in the society in which we are coming. So human touch also. So this is human touch. Next.
அந்த ஈக்குலே ராத்திரி எப்ப கிடைக்கும்? 1 மணி கிடைக்கும், 2 மணி கிடைக்கும்.
இதே நூல்ல
பாதராத்திரி கிடைக்கும்.
പാതിരാത്രി കഴിക്കാനില്ല, ഈ ഗുളികയുടെ പാതി എടുത്ത് രാത്രി കഴിക്കണമെന്നില്ല.
So this human touch, if we need the good with artificial intelligence and how this communication, what language we are using, really we are always showing the human touch is the most important thing which is there. So this combination always has positive and negative outcome. Either it can be productive or counterproductive, but something will come. The water may come from the front or water may come from the behind, but this combination is indeed necessary for that. And this is the one field which we have seen in the field, and that is a exemplification of this artificial intelligence and human touch, how they are working together.
She's bleeding.
Plasma transfusion பண்ணுவோம்.
Blood pressure ஜாஸ்தியா இருக்கு. என்ன நேரத்துல ஃபிக்ஸ் வரும்.
Mass of resonance கொடுக்கலாம்.
Pelvic disproportion. Normal delivery possible இல்ல.
Possible. Synchronicity பண்ணலாம். பழைய கால பிரசவம். இடுப்பு எலும்பு இழக்கப்பட்டது. Presentation the God is in front of us, presenting of the structure of சத்தப்படாதீங்க, பையன் பயப்படலாம். You are making mistake. முதல் முறையா ஒரு ரோபோ பிரசவப்பா பையன் உங்கள் மாதிரியே இருக்கா பாக்குறீங்க. டாக்டர் வைஃபை ஆஃப் பண்ணுங்க, அல்ட்ராசவுண்ட் வீடியோ ஸ்ட்ரீம் பண்ணுங்க.
It's unbelievable.
X-ray milestone. Artificial intelligence ray ஒரு சாதனை.
Doctor, she's dying.
இன்னும் 95 செகண்ட்ஸ் அப்படியே முடிச்சிட்டு
இங்க பாரு.
வந்துட்டே
இங்க பாரு. கண்ணு பாரு.
சரியா 4:44 பொண்ணு 4 மாதம் பிறக்க போறோம். இன்னும் 55 செகண்ட்ஸ் தான். இன்னும் 35 செகண்ட்ஸ் தான்.
Today, the artificial intelligence has proved beyond doubt that they can do better. But equally, there is one thing that we are seeing the good things, what we have heard. But all of information are coming about the artificial intelligence and how it is going to affect the human beings. If it can Google and a lot of things. A cockroach trying to grasp the human desires. AI used to take over the world to the evil fact news. Superhuman algorithms could kill everyone. So all these are the bad things are happening. So as I said the previous slide, that then both the positive and the negative can come out of that. And how we are going to do is not that going to reject this artificial intelligence, but accommodating this artificial intelligence in the proper way with a human touch, so that we will be able to get things. You all know that medicine is not a pure science, and that is what, and we know it's an art. But this art to be, it's not the science of artificial intelligence alone cannot help. It is a human touch has to be there, so that we will be able to do a greater support in the, when we are getting something positive. His heart will exercise equally with the head. So that is the return of any medicine or a surgery. It is not that neither the heart alone is going to serve, nor it is only over the head, but when it is a mixing of artificial intelligence and the heart, and both of this going to happen with that. It is not a job work, but it is a smart work.
Ananika, I have a challenge today for you. This 3 glass is filled with Pepsi and 3 glass are empty. So the challenge here is you have to make it in a pattern where you have 1 Pepsi glass, 1 empty glass, 1 Pepsi glass, 1 empty glass. You have 30 seconds time. In 30 seconds you try and prove how you can do it. No, but the challenge here is you can only lift 1 glass and make this in the order. stand it up. It's very simple. You just take this glass and just put this Pepsi over here and you have a pattern. One Pepsi, one empty. One Pepsi, one empty. One Pepsi, one empty. Absolutely. So the moral of
This fixing of this AI is helping us to understand the nuances of the surgical things and how best that we will be able to do that. So before you take up the patient for surgery, the most important thing is getting the consent of the patient. Can AI help us in that? Can you display this? So, this is normally how we are going to get the consent nowadays. So now the doctors and the hospital has no time, not enough way to discuss with the patient, explain the patients all the things and how best we will be able to get. Now here artificial intelligence come into that and help the consent of the patient. Even if the patient is not able to understand the particular language, and they can have a video form, they can have all the explanation, whatever the patient wants. And lot of studies has proved, especially when the cardiac surgery, when this proper consent, proper explanation is being given using the artificial intelligence and whatever the technology you have, and the outcome of the surgical outcome with the patient is getting is very good. A lot of things has been there and bridging the literacy gap, and this is what especially in our country like India, where the people are not able to understand the language or not able to understand the real understanding the terminology of the medical profession. There's a lot of AI is helping us, which is translating in the way with the local language, the local person, and how he is able to understand, and that is able to get the consent. When the person who is having a college reading level, it can be converted into the 8th standard reading level, and even it can be converted into the level which the patient is not able to read. So that even pre-operatively doing a surgery for a patient, the symphony of the human touch and the artificial intelligence is working for that. And the major reason today we find the doctors is they're panned out because of a lot of financial issue. This surgical conditions is also helping us in that. So AI has become a game changer. The ability to intensify automatic detection and the support to the intelligent decision making is AI is a game changer. This is one area where we are going to concentrate more on the surgery, the decision making and predictive decisioning, how the AI is going to help us in whatever we do. And in the morning also we had a discussion that whether it is an artificial intelligence or augmented intelligence. The AI is no more termed as an artificial intelligence, though generally we are losing the word. But in the medical profession, the AI base is an augmented intelligence. It is not an intelligence is being created alone, but it is only supporting and encouraging the intention or the good thing which is happening in the man or the surgeon, and the AI is helping him in taking an appropriate decision for that. And this is a four-way complex where this is a AI is a singularity where the patient's the knowledge the artificial is coming, but when these two are getting integrated, the human knowledge, the human wisdom, the human surgical training, and the artificial intelligence, when they are mixing together, you have a human AI interaction, and that is what the symphony is going to create. So we need all the three. We need the human intelligence alone, and we need a man, artificial intelligence, and when they are mixing together, it's that. Augmented decision making is one of the most important things, whether to take a surgery or not, what kind of surgery to be advised to the patient, what kind of procedure to follow, what kind of things to done is one of the major things. And AI can also forecast, and when you are going to do what things are going to happen. And we heard previously one of the chairperson was saying, few values IgE was put in, the AI was able to give a diagnosis of the pancreatic cancer. So the AI is able to foretell or the forecast the potential complications and recommending an optimal surgical appropriateness tailored to the individual patient. And it can always make an evidence-based recommendation for based on the data being input. It gives a very evidence-based, but we will come to that a little more later. The last line, integration of such system into the surgical workflow ensure the synergistic approach to patient care, where human judgment and AI-driven insights work in a tandem so that ultimately best can come there. Which chemotherapy to be given to the patient, which drug to be given to the patient, all this can be given for that. So it talks about the personalized medicine, which we already discussed. Is now today we are going to more on the patient-centered or the personalized medicine. No more it is a single drug can be given to all. In 50 years back, when we were in the primary health center, we have only 4 drugs. We manage 400 OPs, and now it is not possible because even when a single disease is there, and we need to have a genomic data analysis, genomic and genes and various other things. So when any type of cancer, we need to have all the data. So this predictive analysis, also the AI is helping us. See all these areas in the diagnosis and telling about the prognosis of the patient, whether a particular kind of treatment can be given, the designing the treatment tailor-made to the patient, the clinical support, decision what kind of support you are going to offer for that, and how you are going to reduce the adverse events for the patient. And is it sometimes it is necessary that we need to have a remote monitoring, that every time we cannot make the patient to come to the hospital and every day we need to visit, and where we will be able to do remote monitoring of the patient, and thereby it overall reduces the healthcare cost of the individual. So the effect of AI in surgical condition is because of its effect on the predictive analysis for that. It is not the treatment is individual based, and each drug which can be this whether it is effective or not, it can be decided. If any trastuzumab is a drug which can be used for the CA breast, but not for all. Only when he is having a HER2 positive. If the HER2 positive with the blind secondaries, you can't use even trastuzumab. Then the science says you have to use leptotidine. So this each patient how you are going to do. So these 4 P's which the AA helps in the surgery, the predictiveness, the preventive part, personalized care, and the participatory decisions are being carried out of that. So data driven also help us to enhance decision making, or the outcome of the patient can be decided, and which patient is going to take the potential to identify early signs of the disease, even the now early part. And when in the carcinoma breast, we used to say that to get a 1 centimeter tumor, the tumor cells has undergone 30 cycles of proliferation. Even at the 25th cycle or the 27th cycle, the metastasis will start. And we have a mechanism only to identify it at the size of 1 centimeter. But if you can 30 cycles before, that is almost 5 years before the initiation of the tumor, and then a complete cure we can provide to the patient. So that enough, the knowledge and input now the AI is able to give, it is able to give a benchmark value. Once you have a benchmark, and with that you can validate then how your hospital is doing, and further going further is always that possible. And the other is surgery. Can you play that? It is not really. Idiots. Operation தப்பா பண்ணிட்டாங்க. மறந்து பண்ணிட்டாங்க பத்து.
என்ன சொல்லுங்க?
பாதி பண்ணி வந்து போங்க. Bastard. ஆபரேஷன் எடுத்து பண்ணி கஷ்டம்ங்க.
Oh my god.
Next.
ஏன் பண்ணிட்டாங்க? பெருமாள் ஆஸ்பத்திரியில இல்ல. இது போட்டுட்டாங்க. ஆபரேஷனுக்கு ஆபரேஷன் பண்ண தப்பா. மேடம் இருந்துக்கலாமே.
So this AI is now serving as a black box. We know that in every aeroplane we'll have a black box. Now AI system is there in an hospital like a WHO safety system. The black box system is now introduced in an hospital where when we are using AI-based black box system, the error of the operating on a wrong side, operating on a wrong limb, and operating in an inappropriate surgery being done can be avoided. So AI helps in a safety part of this. And AI is telling us the sixth sense. So there is a gut feeling. We normally the surgeons say all the knowledge, all the things which are giving, but what the surgeons feel as a gut feeling is most important. AI helps in developing this gut feeling. So what is this AI? AI has a multiple component of that. In general, we say it is an artificial intelligence. Then we have a subset of that is a machine learning. Then you have a deep learning. So all this part which helps in that. When you say artificial intelligence or augmented intelligence, it's not all the same. You have a different terminology called machine learning. That is, the machines will be fed, the data will be given, the machines can take its own decision. But the most important is a deep learning. And Professor Girish has well explained about the artificial neural network and how they are going to work. Like this input, then you have a dendrites, you have neurons, and it's a hidden area where there's a processing and output is creating, as he has said, now the reverse input is also coming. So axon and the neurons and the dendrites, so all this system equally that the deep learning system, a neural network is created. So any data you are going to give, it will be processed and the output you are going to get. So deep learning is going to get. Computer vision is the next native of the artificial intelligence, which is going to help you to predict and how much is damage. It can read the color change and the color change of the red or blue, and it will be able to tell you that whether it is how much of the blood it is going to lose and how much of the damage, what kind of fluid is going to change. So we are having the computer visions for that, and with this computer vision and the deep learning. Now there is even a cutaneous skin lesions what you are having. This can learn into that and be able to say whether it is a brain lesion or a multiple or malignant lesion. If you see an anastomosis of the bowel, and this computer visions and the deep learning will be able to enable and tell you as whether this patient will go for anastomotic leave. And that is the beauty of that, because 10% of any anastomosis in the large bowels and may lead to anastomotic leak, but predictively we can predict the value by using the we will be able to have much of this. How we are going to do? There are 3 different kinds of system which is being developed on that. I'm not going into detail, but that's a 3-dimensional visual reconstruction, iris system, and the farmer's platform. And these are the new platform which has come. And any value, anything which you are going to be in a 2D value, which can be reconstructed in the 3D picture, where we will be able to, when we are going to operate on that, and the kidney, the tumor is there, and where, and which part, lower part, anterior, posterior. In the normal CT scan pictures, you may not be able to see whether it is in anterior and posterior, but when it is converted into the 3D picture, and you are going to know exactly where is the problem, where is the tumor, and what kind of surrounding is there, and that will be able to give the diagnosis much better on that. And we have a system called Iris 10, which will be able to, especially in ophthalmology, and it is giving a lot of input on how you are going to do. And the pharma system, this is going to give a lot of the orthopedic surgery, where before putting a reconstructive surgery or before correcting the bone, the surgeon will be able to predict and what kind of lesions and what kind of things they are going to give. And we also have an automated case retrieval or case A, where there is a endoscopic appearance or endomicroscopic appearance will be able to do. And one of the new, very much developed one is the confocal laser microscopy. And we put an endoscopy, and it does, normally we need to take a biopsy and send it for a pathologist for analysis. But now the artificial intelligence have a system where the confocal endomicroscopy, where we are going to put the endoscope there, but that will study the particular cell and tell is this cell has any abnormality, and if there is given impression that this cell is having abnormality, you can take the biopsy and send instead of taking a stray biopsy. So the confocal endomicroscopy is being routinely used now. Almost all the higher centers, corporate hospitals are using this, and where it is being helping the surgeon to exactly where to look for and what kind of difficulty the patient is having. So this is a help of the optical coherence tomography, especially in the phacotomography, this eye surgery when they are doing, or for the how much amount of the lens you need to remove, how much of this the depth is involved. So optical coherent tomography is doing with it. So all this helps in the AI-based surgery. This helps you to the enhanced decision making and personalized surgical plan. This improves the safety and continuous learning and improvement is there. This is one area where most of the surgeons, and we talk about ethics, where the ethics of the normally a person comes from a big family, a big support, or a person who is in a higher institute, somebody who is doing an AIMS institute, probably you will have a lot of opportunity to see the surgeries and you will have the hands will be much better. But that is being removed now with an AI. And wherever you are, even from the house, that with your basic knowledge of the surgery, and you will be able to know the unknown. And this is the one picture beautifully saying that replace the fear of unknown with a curiosity. It is no more you are being saying, and this field is forbidden for me. I will not go beyond that. If I am a surgeon doing the hernia by open method, and if I want to do surgery by laparoscopy method, now I need not to worry too much spend money to go out and learn the technique. The automatic or the augmented intelligence helps us to understand it. The one thing which always say, the brains do not change, only the minds do change. And we need to, like what Giri sir said, the plasticity comes because of the mind is changing, and how you are actively involved. The anatomical changes may take place, but it is not a changing of the brain, but it is a changing of the mind which is necessary for us to do that. Now, one of the major problems which we are talking in laparoscopy surgery or robotic surgery is we do not have a haptic feel, we do not have a touch feel. And now that is a challenge which is put forward by in front of the engineers. In fact, in the medical field, more than doctors, 10 times more than the doctors, the engineers are working. But this challenge was given to the engineers. Now they have come out with a haptic feel of the instrument. The instrument, laparoscopic instrument, which we are going to put inside, and automatical intelligence or augmented intelligence help the instrument to identify where you are and how much pressure you are giving, how much time you are going to give the pressure, and what complication it will come. And this is one of the great breakthrough of the making the surgical symphony a perfect one, because the haptic feel or it has come in a big way into that. Similarly, we are going to have the e-skill. This is again an application which is coming in automatic augmented intelligence, where we are going to get any change which we are giving. You cannot touch it and feel it, but your instrument can touch it, and that instrument feeling will be transmitted to your cortex, and it will be understanding and what kind of decisions you are going to have. So that we call it as a democratizing surgical education. But the surgical education forbidden for the people from the rural area. Now this augmented intelligence will be helping us in irrespective of whether you are belonging to the metropolitan city or you are in the rural area, and if you have a will, your mind is looking for that. This is one of the greatest advancement what I feel. This augmented intelligence is democratized. It has crossed the barriers of the field and the geographical barriers and enabled the people to identify the disease. This is one, lot of platforms are there. One of the important platforms is the work surgical, which is looking for that. And training part of it. And this is again most important for a surgeon, and how you are going to get a training. Previously, we need to go to an hospital to get a training. Now, augmented training and the virtual training, which is coming in a big way. And you have a computer, you have a simulation lab where you will be able to do multiple levels of your training can be uploaded. So this is an advantage for a surgeon to get into an augmented intelligence, where it is going to get the virtual reality and augmented reality, and it is going to be there. And somebody can assess you, that whether your assessment, whether you are fit to be a surgeon. And it's not possible normally in a way. This computer will assess you for particular small action, how many times you are moving, how many times your energy is spent for the hand movement, hand coordination, how it is there. So all that the computer can assess and give you a grade, and you are in this grade. And if you want to do this cardiac surgery, your grade has to improve. So you need to put more effort, more training, more sustainable effort, and thereby you are upgrading your skill, and augmented reality is going to help you in a big way for this. And post-operatively, after you have done a surgery, and he is going to give the emotional support. So it cannot be augmented intelligence alone. It needs the human touch has to be there, and about the post-operative care you are going to give. Somebody who is coming to you, now we are talking about the global village. Somebody come from Hindi, from North India. My place in Kanyakumari. I may not understand the language, but artificial intelligence help you. You have a lot of ways that the communication has become a simple. The doctor-patient interaction is going to become a simple. Because if you use an augmented intelligence, the language barrier is also given. But how we are going to improve on this? There's a lot of challenges. Is how the inputs we are going to give. How much where we set the haptic field. The engineers have now come out with that. So when we have the interaction with the engineering field or the augmented intelligence field, and when we are giving what we need to develop in the symphony, and what kind of particular swarm has to be created, and definitely it will be possible for us to do that. Yes, it has a lot of pitfalls. One of the most important, again, sir has very well explained to that is slowly and slowly we may lose our surgical skills. Somebody asked a question. And previously we used to 1 plus 1, all that we used to write homework. Now it is only a calculator. Now ask any individual, even 5 into 9, what is that? It is very difficult for them to recollect. You know, in our area, the old people can tell even big complicated number you say, they will be able to mental calculation, they will be able to show. Now because slowly we are used to the calculator, we are used to our skill. So that is a fear which we have. When we are going to use really augmented intelligence in the surgical field, or the surgeons are going to lose their surgical skill. or the surgeons are going to get fed up because the decision for this is going to be taken with the computer. Then why should I bother? If the computer is saying something, I will just follow the computer. That will become again a pitfall in the surgeons there. And who is going to be the responsibility for that? And a lot of examples Greece are quoted. Like when a complication comes in the Consumer Protection Act, who is going to be sued and who is going to be take the responsibility of the complication? These are the pitfalls where we definitely need. These are the people when we are taking too much of this. And this is one news. A lot of people say, I do not want to go to the doctor. I know it is all there. How to conduct a delivery? They will be conducting a delivery for his own wife, and it is aided in the homicide of that club. That's funny. So when this augmented intelligence is not appropriately utilized, and definitely the more complications are going to be done. The most significantly, what is the limitation of this augmented intelligence? It is like input and output. What is the input you are going to give into that mission? The output is going to come. If your input, the data you are going to give is not going to be an appropriate one, the results are also going to be. If you are going to put the garbage, or you are going to get rid of the garbage. Let us rethink about the data integrity of a country like India. India, what the data now we are developing is much a lower standard. Even the algorithm which we prepared, that is based on which the missions work. One of the big examples with the COVID time, the mortality for the black individual in US was much higher than the white individual. But they say we go for the algorithm. We go by the system and who to be allowed the ventilator. It was done on a basis of the algorithm. But algorithm was formulated in such a way it will not go in favor of the red the black man, it will go in favor of the white man. So the input and the creation of the algorithm is one of the most important danger, because allowing rise of scientific misconduct in India. Then what are the very important article is in almost 30% of our articles which are published articles are retracted in India because a lot of wrongs in the fake news, plagiarism, the data was not right. This is one challenge today we have as an organization when we talk about more ethics, because with the pressure of publication, a lot of publications are coming with no validity, no data. When they are going to put this data, the outcome is also going to be the same. And we cannot depend on that because the entire artificial augmented intelligence work on the data. So where this is one area where we need to get the trust and responsibility we have already there. And we can never say that AI will replace surgeons or the manpower, because a lot of area it is only a complementary, it is only an augmented one. It can never forego a surgeon. I think I still believe, still you get an automatic intelligence, and that is also going to come. Probably another 5 to 10 years, you may get an automatic intelligence. That may be a dangerous, but augmented intelligence, a someday is going to be a good symphony, a good thing for to get a good symphony for that. In the near future, surgeon's role may be only like a pilot who assists in landing and takeoff. The rest of the things will be taken care by the augmented intelligence. And this is what is automated intelligence. Can you just play that? Okay.
Man down. Better back.
Two bullets are there. So this we call as an automated intelligence, where there is nothing, no human touch is there. Entire things are going to be done by the computer. I'm sure though they said it is predicted in 2025 this will come, I'm sure it is not going to come in 2025, maybe take 10 years or 20 years, but till when the symphony of augmented intelligence and the human touch is going to play a major role in putting forward a lot of good things to society. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very enlightening talk. You brought up the importance of surgery, the artificial intelligence in surgery, all the specialties like orthopedics, ophthalmology in a very nice way and a very interesting way also. And it is very rightly said that it is not artificial intelligence alone, it is going to be augmented, and the role of surgeon is never going to be lost. It will always remain. So that was a very nice message and very clear thing. The symphony and the master will always be the surgeon. Thank you very much.
Any more questions?
Any questions from the audience? I think the last day, people are all waiting to rush. Anybody else? Any questions? Thank you very much. Thank the organizers for the opportunity.
As we conclude this thought-provoking keynote session, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to Dr. J.V. Jayawala for his insightful presentation on Symphony Under the Knife, AI and Human. Thank you so much, sir. I now request Dr. Pregna B. Dolia, ACS Medical College and Hospital, to felicitate the keynote speaker and the chairpersons.
Sir, please, sir. Sir, here. Ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. We now request ma'am to felicitate the chairpersons. Dr. Ziki, Professor and HOD, Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, ACS Medical College and Hospital. Dr. Vijay Lakshmi, Professor, Obstetrics and Gynecology, ACS Medical College and Hospital. Thank you so much, ma'am. With this session, we have come to the end of sessions for today. Tomorrow's sessions will start from 10 o'clock a.m. at the basement auditorium. Fellowship dinner is commenced from 6:30 a.m. onwards, 6:30 p.m. onwards. Thank you for everyone who have participated in this keynote session. Fellowship dinner will commence in the lobby.